Okay, now it should work. Now you should hear me very loud. Okay, I found the problem. I heard myself when I started the stream and could not hear any like it was. I could. It's complicated to explain. I don't know what caused the problem though. So why is it so loud here? Stream feels like I hope it's not too loud. Let me just do a little sound check here on my side. It sounds normal for me. It should work now. Better loud than silent. That is true. That is very true. Welcome everyone. Sorry for the delay. As you can see, I have prompts. I also stream this in case you like watching Twitch over YouTube. I also stream it to Twitch because Twitch recently changed its policy that you can stream on Twitch and on other platforms. So now I can stream on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. Many people do this, but it is kind of interesting to do this. And as said in the last published video, Anthony, Anthony, I hope I read this right, asked last, one of the first question in chat was, is there a new book? Very interesting, as I have read everything now except the letters and the nature of Middle-earth. That's cool. That's quite a lot already, I would say. Also, Killswitch subscribes on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you. That's very awesome and kind of you. But back to the question. Yeah, there is a new book, and if you haven't seen it here on the channel, I recently posted also a first impressions video on the what was that main channel. I clicked a bit too. Having two chats open at the same time is a bit confusing, but whatever. We will make it work, I hope. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Yeah, I just posted in chat in case people wonder where you can find it. That are my first impressions of the thing of the new book. It's interestingly, I put it into what do you say, in quotes. It's a new book because there are also the old letters of the old release from 1981 are also in the book. And the new book now has 150 letters more that are published. And the story behind this is a bit that Humphrey Carpenter, who's also, I think, died 2005 or something, but he's 2011, 10, something like that, in the 2000s at some point. And he's already dead. So he could not have written the book, but he worked together with Christopher Tolkien in the 80s on these Letters of Tolkien book, where he published a selection of letters, transcribed them, put comments onto them, and so on. And when he was, when they were done with this book, the publisher said, "Okay, this is too big. Like, there's too many. There are too many words in this book. You need to cut it down." And as far as I understand it, then they cut the book down to the 1981 version we know. And the version that is now published, which is called The Letters of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, Revised and Expanded Edition. And this is basically the original form of this book, how it was released. So yeah, that's basically the story of this book. We might discuss this. I asked if people could post their favorite letters. Then I noticed that I think the Letters of Tolkien book comes out in the United States on the 14th of November, not on the 9th as here in Europe. Or it was the 12th. I forgot the date. Maybe somebody in chat knows. So a lot of people here from the States, of course, in the chat. And I think it's not out in the United States yet. So that might be a problem for a lot of people not able to read the book yet. However, we can definitely look, and I also put this in my review, into letter 131, which I think is it's a very popular letter. A lot of people know it. It's very long, as I also got a comment in chat that it's 19 pages long, Chris. Who's gonna read all of that? That is true. It's a very long letter. But we could focus on the stuff that is new in the letter, which is the summary of Tolkien. So the story of this letter is that in the... let me just see if I can read it here for you. He wrote it in the 1951, and he wrote it to a man called Milton Waldman. And basically, the comment to this letter is, after Allen and Unwin, that's his British book publisher, under pressure from Tolkien to make up their minds, had reluctantly declined to publish The Lord of the Rings together with the Silmarillion, Tolkien was confident that Milton Waldman of Collins would shortly issue both books under his firm imprint. In the spring of 1950, Waldman told Tolkien that he hoped to begin typesetting the following autumn. But there were delays largely caused by Waldman's frequent absences in Italy and his ill health. By the latter part of 1951, no defined arrangements for publication had yet been made, and Collins were becoming anxious about the combined length of the books. So, Tolkien wanted to have the funding, wanted to publish the Silmarillion as well, and it's a long journey of Tolkien finding a publisher for it, and nobody, which is kind of unthinkable today, wanted to publish his Silmarillion. And if he would publish it, it would have been a very different Silmarillion from the Christopher Tolkien Silmarillion we got today, if you want to call it like that. But he wrote a lengthy letter. It continues. It was apparently at Waldman's suggestion that Tolkien wrote the following letter, of which the full text is some 10,000 words long, with the intention of demonstrating that the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion were interdependent and indivisible. The letter, which interested Waldman so much that he had a typed copy made. See the end of number 137. Is not dated, but was probably written in 1951. So a lot of arrangements back in the day happened there in this context, and Tolkien could not find a publisher still, even with Collins. I'm not familiar with the history of the company Collins, because now Tolkien books are published by HarperCollins. I assume there was maybe a fusion between those two book publishers to HarperCollins or something somewhere in the past. Revolverator, that's an interesting name. Nice to see you. Also, welcome everybody else. I maybe should also say welcome to two persons. First of all, of course, my mod is here. That's awesome. Nice to see you, Andres. Priscilla is here. We already talked about my first impressions of the book and the new book with Anthony. Also, welcome, Bewaits25. Nice to see you as well. And all the other people here in chat. Also, Killswitch is also, I think maybe you're listening on Twitch or so. Why does Twitch chat say that? Twitch thing here say that Twitch is unstable? That I don't fully understand. But whatever. Streaming to two things at the same time is always a bit difficult. Nice to catch you live. Yeah, that's I think always a problem. It was I should have announced this stream here earlier today. Oh, Tsushan is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. I should have announced this stream here a bit earlier today, but I was away today for the most part and did not know when I come back, so I had a bit trouble scheduling it, and now it became very late, and I had to set everything really fast, make a thumbnail, which I should have maybe made yesterday, to be honest, but whatever. I did not prepare credits at the end, so you have the classic of this. Pumpkin Rick is also here. Yeah, Pumpkin Rick, that is actually true. Killswitch, also high on YouTube. So he watches both stream. That I call dedication. Much appreciated. Does the Twitch stream run stable? Because my Twitch dashboard says stream is unstable, error alert. But it could be a bug or something, and be on Twitch's part, I'm not sure. On paper, it should work. I mean, it's not much gameplay or stuff you see on the screen anyway, except for these moving lines at the top that people at least know I'm talking. But yeah. Oh, it was unstable. That's interesting. Question is, why? I know why. I think I have a very good theory why that might be. Okay, maybe it's fixed now. I think on YouTube, Twitch is very limiting with its technical. It's interesting to everyone. I know Twitch is very limiting with its bitrate, and to YouTube I stream usually with a bitrate of 8 on 1080p with 8,000, and if I stream at 1440p, I stream with 20,000 or something. And Twitch only allows 6K, so I have to reduce it to 6K. So it works also on Twitch. That should, on paper, stabilize the stream. Something happened, but it's still red. I'm not sure though. I think Twitch never runs on paper. That will make it freeze. Good one, Kill Switch. Good one. And maybe now it works. I'm not sure. Else I have to modify it here. Other settings. Audio mixer, get from OBS. Coder, get from OBS. I don't have more options here to stream, so... I hope it kind of works. If somebody's in Twitch chat, tell me if maybe it's now better, so... I have literally no idea. Usually I stream to Twitch first and then to this channel here second. This time it's the other way around. YouTube is a bit more generous with technicals and settings and so on. But yeah, back to Pumpkin Rick's message. More straight to my rant, no problem. I don't think Twitch ever runs... okay. It was not Kill Switch that said it. It was Sushan, the good one, Sushan. Sorry for that. I got this wrong. Oh, Twitch didn't seem unstable to you. Okay, maybe it was just that. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In case people wonder where the Twitch thing is, ! Twitch. Should give the link. I'm not sure if the bot will run here though. Did I activate the bot? I did. Something happened as well the moment I closed the window. Oh, this is annoying. Yeah, it works. Awesome. But yeah, you can watch potentially better, I think. But yeah, back to the what Pumpkin Rick wrote. I agree. It's interesting that he wrote. I find it interesting that nobody had faith in the books, and years later, it also wasn't considered a viable source material to adapt into cinema. Proof wrong. It's really interesting that is the case. Like I think let's not go into the series discussion again, but I think a lot of people would love to see a Silmarillion adaptation at one point in some form, a good one, close to the source material. That a lot of people would for sure watch, and it would be very interesting to see, I think. But of course, we have the book. The problem with the Silmarillion is that it's a very specific book. I think the Silmarillion did not sell as well as The Lord of the Rings. No, I'm pretty sure it didn't. And it goes on with Tolkien's other writings in an interesting way. Like, if you have read the Silmarillion, you are already in a relatively small circle of people. A lot of people enjoy Lord of the Rings and have a very good time with also the letters and maybe also the history of Middle Earth. But the further you go up in the book list, the amount of people who have actually read those becomes thinner and thinner, simply because it's so specific, it's so complex, especially all these different versions and so on. Also, Kevin, I saw your question. We come to that in a moment, I think. It's an interesting question, by the way. I just reread it. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating. I think the source material is good, and I think the biggest problem is that the Silmarillion has such a big mythology character for it. The Silmarillion breaks people. Yeah, the Silmarillion is also like, I remember trying to read it first. When I tried to read it first, not first as a book, but after Lord of the Rings, I at some point got the Silmarillion, tried to read it, and I had trouble reading it because the beginning is so difficult with all these 5,000 names. I also made the mistake reading it in English first, or trying to read it in English, and I had so much trouble. Only when I was like my approach to Silmarillion later was I used it more as a compendium, because when I had questions, I would read a chapter about this particular topic and try to find the information about this in the Silmarillion. This helped me immensely because, as Tolkien writes in this, or as not Tolkien, it's a comment of one of the editors. In the letter we just looked a bit into, or talked about briefly about 131 to Milton Waldman. Let me just see where it was. Tolkien wrote the following letter, which of the full text is some 10,000 words long, with the intention of demonstrating that the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion were interdependent and indivisible. And that is the important part of it. These two books are so strongly connected that when you have questions in the Lord of the Rings, you find the answers in the Silmarillion to it. And this makes this book fascinating. And though, for example, I think one of the first things I read completely in the Silmarillion was the Akallabes, because that is the downfall of Numenor, because that's one of the most interesting sections in the Silmarillion, in my opinion, to this day, and the most fleshed out stories as well. And that, of course, makes a lot of sense. And it's also kind of connected. And when you read the Akallabes, the next question comes up. Okay, who were these people? Like here, Akallabes also describes, of course, how the first king came to pass, and the connections, Elrond, and how they had to escape the War of Raz and so on, and then found Numenor and so on. This is also part of this and the ancestry. And then you go back and read about this, and kind of, when I tried first to read the Silmarillion, I did not read it in the chronological order, and I think that is definitely helpful if you want to read the Silmarillion, but every person, I think, is different, if that makes sense. Also, Andres, me, who hasn't read The Hobbit, but has read the Silmarillion. Yeah, that's a rare case, I would say. That is a very rare case. But yeah, it would be a lot of drama. So Kevin had a very interesting question, which we could also dive into. The audiobook of Andy Serkis is brilliant and very accessible. Yeah, much easier to understand than reading it. That is true. I mean, the beginning is just so... Let's skip the forward for the moment. Let me just see. Where is it? You have my digital version of the Silmarillion, the Ainu Lindale, the music of the Ainur. There was the one who is Arda, who in Arda is called Ilúvatar, and he made first the Ainur, the holy ones that were the offspring of his thought, and they were with him before aught else was made. And he spoke to them, propounding to them themes of music and so on. It goes just on, and then you have these first chapters where the Valaquenta, where the Maya explains. Suddenly you have 5 billion names in a very short time. The enemy, the Maya, and so on. It's interesting if you know all this stuff, but if you read this as some years ago I read The Lord of the Rings, let's look into this new book. Oh, it's like it can be really tough. Yeah, good point, Killswitch. Either you love it or you hate it. That's definitely, but definitely there are also ways to make it more accessible. You not read it in the chronological order. maybe also listening at an audiobook by Andy Serkis or something like this. Can imagine that also helps. Also, welcome, Mark. Nice to see you. What is if you love some parts and hate others, and the rest is somewhere in between? Peter Jackson made everything Lord of the Rings adaptable in the studio to the studio people. Yeah, that is true. But do you think a general audience would care about the Silmarillion? I think yes, because as Tolkien writes, it is indivisible of the Lord of the Rings, and people love the Lord of the Rings. As a result, you have the circumstance that people would be interested maybe in some epic tales that are connected to this, that makes them Lord of the Rings more shine, even, if that makes sense. I think also the drama is in some, as Priscilla says here, the drama is in some cases also quite strong in the Silmarillion, in my opinion. It has very strong stories. Children of Húrin is maybe an extreme one, but the fall of Gondolin is very interesting. Especially, I think, my opinion, the story that for me personally always is my favorite story of the big three is definitely the story of Beren and Luthien. That is, I think, a very cool story. So I can definitely see this, and we actually seeing, unfortunately, not in the way I would have wished, but we see that also Amazon and their weird people that make weird story decisions to some degree also decided that they want to show the fall of Numenor, and though the problem with this adaptation, it's not focusing completely on Numenor, which I think would be smart. And further, it also changes things too much. That's the big problem with the whole Numenor story. I mean, it is difficult to adapt because of the long time span it goes on. Just to make it with a few people is kind of difficult, I think. But the essence of it is, I think, adaptable, and that is where its strength is. So I think it's possible. The problem is definitely, though, nobody, like the Tolkien state is currently very hesitant giving out rights to the Silmarillion. Not to say they simply don't do that. As a result, we don't see this stuff. No, Sosi is on the Twitch chat. Nice to see you as well. Also a long-time supporter here on Twitch especially. But yeah, also, as I said, I stream to both YouTube and Twitch, and I see both chats. It's a rule, though, that I can't show you on screen what the Twitch chat is writing. That's still a weird rule. I don't know why. And vice versa. The chats have to be separated, so do this by just reading what is going on. So let's come to Kevin Felix question really quick. Okay, there's one more comment on what we were discussing now by Mark. The Silmarillion would have to be a show. Yeah, that is true. And the producer would have to make it episodical, not a procedural. Every story in 1 or 2, up to 4 episodes each. That could work as well, I think. If each combination of 2 to 3 episodes stand on their own for a specific section regarded to the Silmarillion. That's also a good question by Revolverator. We'll come to this in a moment. Let's finally talk about the question Kevin asked. Sorry, Kevin, that I kept waiting here for so long. So his question is, it was actually the studio, New Line Cinema, because... Wait, that's the wrong question. I'll read this other thing in a moment. Questions. Are there any letters or book materials that contradict each other, which would be canon in that case? I know Tolkien sometimes changed his mind. There are definitely cases of that, I think. Most prominent case I can think out of my head. Like if I understand the question, are there any letters or book materials that contradict each other? Well, there are tons of it. But if we, for example, explicitly talk about things that Tolkien wrote in a letter and Tolkien later wrote in his notes and then was published as a book posthumously, we have the classic case, my favorite one, of course. I talk about every stream about them, the Blue Wizards. The Blue Wizards, for example, if we look into the Letters of Tolkien, let me just think about how it was phrased. Secret cards. Found it. It's letter, also a very famous one, 211, to Rona Bear. I'm not sure how her name is pronounced. And since I'm not a first native speaker, I will never find it out. Maybe in chat somebody can tell me how a name would... Maybe a native speaker has a clue how this last name is pronounced. This is how she's spelled. Maybe it's also Beare or something like that, but I think that's not true. But I'm not sure what the E is doing with the thing there. Okay, maybe we come back to the topic, but let's talk about Kevin's question for a moment. So the classic question is, she had quite a few questions to ask to Tolkien when she read his stuff. It was about a meeting of fellow Lord of the Rings enthusiasts, as this is here remarked in this here. And she wrote a long letter to Tolkien, and he wrote her a lengthy answer, which is pretty awesome. And let me just see. So I have not named the colors. In the context in the Lord of the Rings, there is a mention by Saruman by the rods of the 5 wizards. So we know there are 5 wizards. We know 3, Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, but we don't know who the other 2 are. And Tolkien writes about the other 2. I have not named the colors because I do not know them. This letter is kind of interesting that Tolkien wrote this letter in 1958. And we know for a fact that 1958 Tolkien actually knows the colors of those, but it's for some reason he felt it was not... he should not publish those yet. Originally, Tolkien even planned to add a chapter about all the wizards and the order of the wizards to the Lord of the Rings. That's where the e-study essay and so comes from. He definitely wrote an essay already about them, but it was not published at this time of this question. Tolkien knows this, and I'm not sure if he just says, well, I'm working on it, and I don't want to spoil it, or maybe it was because he wasn't sure if what would happen, what he wrote, or if he would change it later. It's hard to tell why Tolkien phrases it like this. I have not named the colors because I don't know them. Or he just, as an author, says it's it's an enigma, a mystery in its universe, and it would not be good for his book if he would reveal it with a definitive answer, though a definitive answer existed at this time. There's also a note to this. Elsewhere, Tolkien called the other 2 wizards Luin, the Blue Wizards, the Unfinished Tales. Yeah, that's true. However, I doubt if they had distinctive colors. Distinction was required in the case of the 3 who remained in a relatively small area of the northwest. This already is an interesting information, but he says basically, why would they have 2 different colors if they, in them, his mind traveled together? They are, the Blue Wizards, the 2 of them. They don't need a different color. It's only needed elsewhere in the West, where they have where they're close together and do different things. On the names, see question 5. I really do not know anything clearly about the other two, since they do not concern the history of the NW, the Northwest of Middle-earth. I think they went as emissaries to the distant regions, east and south, far out of Numenorean range. Missionaries to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways. In respect, they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. Just see. Does he go back to question 5? I can't remember if Tolkien actually names the wizards in answer 5. But yeah, that is what Tolkien writes. 1958. Here they go. So the summary is they fail, make secret cults and magic things, and they go to the east and south. And now I read you the latest version that Tolkien wrote. Round about 1900, this is 1958. Now comes a version from round about 1970, maybe later, to shortly before his death. Tolkien died in 73, unfortunately. Romestamo is probably the easiest way to find. That is. The other two came much earlier, at the same time, probably as Glorfindel, when matters became very dangerous in the Second Age. Glorfindel was sent to aid Elrond and was, though not yet set, preeminent in the war in Eriador. But the other two were sent for a different purpose. Morinechtar and Romestamo, Darkness Slayer and East Helper. The task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the future of men that rebelled from Melkor worship to stir up rebellion, and after his first fall to search out his hiding in which they failed, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of the East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So in this version, complete contradiction. They not go to the south. The south is not mentioned here anywhere anymore. They only go into the east, specifically to the Dark East, as it is said. The task is to cause dissension and disarray, though this is a question mark before. That means it was difficult to read it. But the like Christopher Tolkien here in this case read it as dissension and disarray, which makes, I guess, a lot of sense in the context of this. But it was, and seemed impossible to read, almost. There are also some parts in between missing, which were also maybe a word or so difficult to read again. And they now had great success and an influence that the forces in the East would not outnumber the West. Only in the Third Age, also in the Second Age. So in that time being active, even in the Second Age, which is also not mentioned in the other text, and in the other versions, Tolkien, they also do not come to Middle-earth I almost said in a timely manner, but they also came to Middle-earth in the Third Age. Let me also show you, maybe I forget production here. I'm so busy here reading chat and talking about things that I almost forgot here my production stuff, chat. We have a beautiful artwork, of course, for the Blue Wizard, one of my favorite of Ted Naismith. I love it. You have seen it a lot in all kinds of videos because Ted Naismith allows us to use his stuff, which is awesome. And yeah, The Two Blue Wizards by Ted Naismith, very awesome art. So this completely contradicts what Tolkien wrote to her. And also in the East Study essay, the two blue wizards fail in the East. It is only here in this very, very late version that is difficult to read, it seems, because of Tolkien's handwriting. Where Tolkien changed his mind by 180 degrees and said, yeah, they were actually successful. That would make much, much more sense in all things considered. So that is the context of this. And yeah, so there are many cases, like contradictions like this. The whole passage we see, for example, what does Galadriel do in the Second Age? It is absolutely full of contradictions. It is very unfortunate that there are so many contradictions to it, but it's, in my opinion, almost impossible to reconstruct, if that makes sense, where she went exactly, because so many visits Blue Mountains, yeah. But yeah, it's impossible to reconstruct her past. In one version, she and her husband is like also from Aman, and she is also fighting in Alqualonde. In one version, she's not even mentioned there. In one version, she leaves Eregion through Moria with her daughter, and her husband stays behind. In one version, she has a son. In one version, she has no son. In one version, she goes down into the south to Ithelond, I think it was called. So, yeah, stuff like this. And all versions can't be true at the same time. So there's a lot of contradiction because, yes. And there are also some, of course, contradiction that Tolkien kind of maybe overlooked. There are or some there little things even in the Lord of the Rings and so on, if you look out for it. For example, a classic, not in the Lord of the Rings that I can think of, but in very early writings, sometimes you read about a daytime, even though it was the sun did not exist yet. In this context, it seems like sometimes it's difficult to write down something like this with this always in mind. But now I got a lot of chat messages here. I need to catch up with chat a bit. There's also another comment by Kevin that he commented that actually it was New Line Cinema because at the time he was only gonna go do the films. But then they said, wait, there were 3 books, make 3 movies. Oh, okay, I didn't know that was an idea of New Line Cinema. I just know that he wanted for the first film a longer prologue, and at the beginning it should not have a prologue, and then they had to kind of really argue, and then they got like 2 minutes for a prologue, and then at the end 7 minutes or something like this, and it was a very good idea to do it like this. That's a different topic. Okay, so I hope this kind of answers the question. I hope. Are there more comments towards the Blue Wizards? There's also weights in letter 166a. We come to this in a moment. Yeah, okay. Mark Schieser also mentioned on contradictions. Don't mention Gil-galad's father. It is Fingon. Nothing more needs to be said. Yeah, that is also a complicated one. For people wondering, there are also several versions of the who the father of Gil-galad is. It's such an important character, but Gil-galad was invented relatively late. That's the problem. Same with Galadriel and Celeborn. These are very new characters. Like Galadriel was invented 1941 roundabout. And Elrond in comparison already existed 1926, so some around that time. It's a much older character. As a result, Elrond is much better integrated into the lore of Tolkien than Galadriel, Gil-galad, Celeborn, and so on. All these new characters. Interestingly, Glorfindel originally also should take the place of Legolas, but Tolkien decided against this, and Legolas then invented Legolas for the Lord of the Rings. That's why there's also a lot of unknown factors about this character, who his father is Thranduil, of course. Thranduil is also a relatively, I think it's a relatively new character. But it's also a complicated story. In one version, he's not. His father is Orofer. In one version, Orofer called Malgalat, but it's not clear if both are the same, and so on. And Malgalat, the version where Amdir, I'm confused this now. Orofer is always his father, but in some versions, Orofer, the father of Thranduil, does not exist. Then there's Amdir, who is the father of Amros, and in some versions, Amros is the son of Galadriel, which is strange. Amros also appears in the things as in the lore, like when they visit Lothlorien and so on. I think Legolas performs a song about, or translates what he hears, I think, about Amros. And in the Appendix B, also the death of Amros is marked, and we have Dol Amros, which is named after him, and so on. So yeah, this character is interesting. It's never mentioned in Lord of the Rings that Amros is the son of Galadriel, though, and that's kind of strange, isn't it? So that's why most people, at least me included, some people, me included, don't consider the version canon. So for example, if you get the other new book that came out somewhat recently, last year, I think, or the beginning, I forgot when it came out, I think it was last year, of Brian Sibley, The Fall of Numenor, then this version, he uses, or has to use, kind of forced, the version where Amros is the son of Galadriel, which is always strange to me. But yeah, these versions work in other parts better than other versions. It's complicated. Gilgalad is a Marvel superhero of Middle-earth. Also welcome, artist Aurelian. Okay, there was some other question. So many questions. In some cases, you have to repost your questions if I don't answer them. It's not because I don't like you. It's just it gets messy. You talk about one question like 10 minutes or more to to remember what other questions were posted, and then you don't find them. Oh no, Soren's also here, I just noticed. Welcome. Yeah, we briefly talked about this thing. We might take a break from questions and look a bit into letter 131 a bit. Like I said, there are a few interesting sections in it, which we might briefly... So it's, in short, Nosarian, the new book is the definitive edition of the letters now, if that makes sense. However, there's still more, and I would have that they might have added some more letters to it, to be honest, so that they become public, more available. There's some very cool... I mentioned in my review that there are 3 letters, the almost unpublished letters of Tolkien, it's called. And it's a document you can find online. I'm not sure how legal the publication is. I have literally no idea, but I read them, or at least some of them. And there's some very cool letters in there as well, and I hope them would appear here. For example, one letter is even referenced in these letters, but the other version of it's not published. There might be a reason for that, I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting. Didn't post... I said something like, Revolverator. Are you generally excited when these new books come out, or do you think they don't really add too much? I was very excited for Nature of Middle-earth when it came out, which we also covered here on this channel in a very long live stream. And Nature of Middle-earth is, in this regard, cool because it actually adds new information to the lore that was not there before. So that was a very, very exciting release. But when it comes to lore exciting releases, I think we are almost out of material now. Like, there's a little bit left. I think that's what Hofstetter, the editor of Nature of Middle-earth, said. But it would not be enough for a whole book. He said something like this. And we still have the letters. Unfortunately, the lore letters, I think, are almost out, all of them. Now, what is left is mostly like letters that are important for Tolkien's biography, like letters to friends, family, colleagues, work-related letters, especially to publishers and so on. This is what the new letters in the book mostly are about, it seems. I have not read all the new letters yet, I have to admit. So, like I said in the review as well, I could not really... if I didn't call it a review for that, I would have to digest it basically everything already. And I had very little time, because I also got the book when it came out on the 9th at the same day. So I had like a few, like, I don't know, I bought it in the evening, had like 6 hours or 4 or something to read a little bit through it, make some thoughts, make some... I continued with this next day, made a video, and now we are here doing streaming stuff. Yesterday I had no time for stuff, so yeah, it is a bit messy then when you have stuff. It makes new book releases are, in this regard, like from a personal perspective, I'm always interested in what other people have to say about Tolkien, especially if there's new Tolkien stuff. It's, for example, The Fall of Numenor as a book is an interesting book for, I think, a lot of people actually, but not for me, because I know there's no new information. It's more about telling a story of the fall surrounding the fall of Numenor and the Second Age. I know this story already in a lot of detail from all the other sources. Without adding new sources, it's only interesting to read about Brian Sibley's opinions and selection, how he would structure a book about the Second Age. That is interesting. But the information itself I already have, and I have, due to making content on YouTube for years now, already a very good overview myself how the Second Age might have looked. As a result, I'm less excited about that book. The new letters, because I know there are a lot of letters left, this is because there's new stuff about Tolkien on one side. On the other side, I'm not too deep into Tolkien biography. It's not like I find Tolkien interesting. I definitely know a few things about his biography as well. But I'm not too deep into this topic. So it's good I have now something maybe to dive in if I want to dive deeper into Tolkien's topic. But I'm primarily a lore guy. I'm interested in Tolkien's lore. So the stuff or information I look first for is lore information, which we got with Nature of Middle-earth. But I think less with these new letters, though. If that makes sense. Okay, Jackson does talk about this, that he didn't believe they would make greenlit 3 films, but maybe 2 films. He saw the potential for 3 films, but didn't believe the studio would ever greenlit him for 3. Yeah, that I guess makes sense. I mean, in a way, yeah, Jackson definitely took a risk, kind of. On the one side, on the other side, it was not like Tolkien was very unpopular, and the story is just very strong. So, yeah, in retrospective, it's kind of almost mind-blowing that there was any discussion. Yeah, of course, it would be one of the most successful films of all time. So why not? Of course that would happen. It's Tolkien. Okay, sorry, another one. Do you think Rings of Power were unsuccessful because it wasn't the best adaptation, or in general the audience don't care beyond the main story? I think, I'm not sure how successful Rings of Power is. In my opinion, if Rings of Power was immensely successful, Amazon would have boasted with it. Is boasted the right word? Like they went out to the public and say, look how successful this was. They did this a little bit, but it always felt like with, when you, like in German we have the saying, mit angezogener Handbremse, in your car, if your handbrake is pulled, everything goes a bit slower. Like it felt not like complete insanity when it was. As a result, I think it was not as successful as they would have wished. That's my perception. I think, though, that if an adaptation is good, and especially in the Tolkien universe, with all these, like, here, shoutouts, by the way, to Nerd of the Rings, Matt. He surpassed 1 million subscribers. I wish I would have just 10% of that. That would have been, is my long-time goal for this channel. It's to reach the 100k at some point. But yeah, shoutouts to him and for relentless work on his channel. I should take example of his work attitude, I think, and also of Men of the West. But yeah, it's he. What do I want to say? What was the point? The adaptation. Yeah, if people that big like Matt and others and all the Tolkien community creators, which usually get along really well together, as you have seen, I've met. I had Men of the West and so on. He also on this channel in a stream when we covered here on this channel, and they also covered the stuff on there. And I was on other channels and was invited. I was invited by the German Tolkien Society in their podcast and stuff like this, which was a lot of fun. And like we tried to give this show a lot of exposure in the online social media stuff. And I think if a show gets enough passionate exposure, then and the show is good, then it will be successful, I think. The problem is definitely that when that a lot of decisions they made, some I can understand the criticism of them, and I criticize those myself. And some were just too politically. There was a lot of political debate, which I hated, to be honest. That was insanely annoying. It was always to cover the show because it always felt like I had to write on a razor or something like this to not say a wrong word to offend anybody because I was just angry for whatever reason. But if the adaptation would be good and would be close, and a lot of those this political dimension that people like would not matter anyway if the base adaptation was close enough and good enough. But more and more creators got, first of all, frustrated by all the political debate, and also the show was simply good in some parts and terrible in others. And this led to, in my opinion, still something in the middle, like an average thing. And it's really difficult to, and not only difficult, it's not how I would do it, and other passionate Tolkien creators here in our, like on YouTube and so on, would do it. Like be passionate about a show they don't like, and you can see how much the creators posthumously is the wrong word, but post-launch now talk about the show. Rarely anybody talks about it because it, I think, left a lot of what do you call it? Burnt earth, verbrannte Erde, scoured earth, scorched. What is the wrong word to call it? I don't know. So in this regard, it's of course difficult. Like if we would all have liked the show, I think we could have maybe overcome this political debate if the results are simply solid. But that was not the case. There were some cases of good in the show. Scorched earth. Thank you, Killswitch. It was difficult in this regard, and like I was kind of hoping for the show to some degree because I felt at the end the episodes got better, but then they threw out some nonsensical decision that even my optimism was completely destroyed. Especially the last episode was, in my opinion, just without looking at the content of it, just at the structure, how it was told, how it was filmed, the production, and so on, was maybe the strongest episode, or one of the strongest in the first season. But the content, like the changes to the lore and so on, was so disappointing for me that at this point I lost kind of all passion for, or all interest, like talking too much anymore about the show. Like I found calling a show Rings of Power and then not depicting the creation of the Rings of Power correctly is, in my opinion, a cardinal sin, if that makes sense. Like that's awful what they did there. So next year might be a second season for this. I'm not sure if it will be next year, but the rumor is there. And as a result, yeah, I'm not looking forward to this. I'm so sick of this political debate nonsense. I cover Tolkien lore here, not politics. I don't care how people look in shows and so on. So, what skin color they have, whatever. And a lot of, to be fair, also, like, you can criticize some stuff, but a lot of people criticize stuff that isn't even in the show. Like, I remember the debate. I don't want to talk too much about the show, about this intimacy advisor, which is very common in very big productions to have on a set where even people kiss. That's simply something that's going on. People just were worried about sex scenes and whatnot, which it's not even in the show. It's just ridiculous. So there was a lot of nonsensical debate and simply wasted lifetime discussing, well, that is actually common in productions. But whatever. People knew better. It was not in the show. Not sure what turn they will take next. I have the bad feeling that they changed the creation of the Rings of Power completely. But let's not talk about Rings of Power too much because it might annoy people. And we wanted to talk about the letters, right? About actually good stuff. Can you give me, Anthony, because we talked about Nature of Middle-earth a moment, can you give me a few examples of new lore you found remarkable and surprising in the Nature of Middle-earth? And I think the most remarkable thing in the in Nature of Middle-earth is the mention in a timetable summary kind of thing about the story of the three fathers of the elves, which existed before, I think, in War of the Jewels, if I'm remembering correctly. Tata, Enel, and Imin is the name, which is a name you rarely hear in the Silmarillion or so. Tolkien has another publication or another mention somewhere in the text of those, and there it says among elf, it's a children's story, like it's a fairy tale kind of. So it sounded like Tolkien wants to distance himself from this idea, and in the Nature of Middle-earth we find this now fleshed out. That was kind of amazing to see this. Also the relationship between the three elven ambassadors to these three fathers. The three elven ambassadors being Ingwe, Elwe, and Finwe. Well, Finwe I should name Finwe second, which became the first kings of the three great elven clans. The Ingwe, of course, of the Vanyar, Finwe of the Noldor, and Elwe of the Teleri, and later his brother Olwe took over for the Teleri in Aman, and out of the Elwe, Teleri became the Sindar, and then on the way the Nandor and so on. You know the story from the Silmarillion. So that was very remarkable to see, and that during the Great Journey that they had five guardians, which were six guardians. Melian and Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, and two other people, which name I would have to look up because their names, it's supposed to be the Blue Wizards most people think, but it's not clearly stated. That I found very remarkable. One is Hyminar, and the other is, what was he called? Also, I think Hyminar is where AI. Hyminar and Palakendo. And those names never appear anywhere else. Hofstadter also gives a translation for these names. Hyminar is the far-farer. And Palando, for example, we have the Palantir. The Pal part means far. So we have this part as well. So it makes kind of sense. He says far-sighted one, far-farer, something. No, Palakendo is far-sighted one, and Hyminar is far-farer. And it's in this regard, it's kind of difficult if the far-sighted one is Alatar or Palando as one of the early names of the two Blue Wizards. Then we have East Helper and Darkness Slayer, Romestamo and Morinechtar. as names. So there are different names for them. It's these two names never appeared before, which is kind of fascinating. And this text here, if we look into this timetable text, by the way, it's key dates in Nature of Middle-earth, in case you wonder. It was written 1959, so long after his essays. The name Romestamo and Morinechta didn't exist. Its name is maybe from the 70s or whenever. It's hard to tell when Tolkien made these names up, or thought about these names for the two blue wizards, but he wrote them down in the 70s, so 10 years later, roundabout. And it's kind of interesting to see this timetable. This was one of the most remarkable things. There are some other remarkable things. There's this section, I always think about making a video about those, but it's a very complex topic. It was already published, the Osanwe Kenta, also by Hofstetter in his, I think it's in the Vinyar Tengwa issues, somewhere there. But there's also some other parts that are very interesting in this regard. There's notes on Ore, for example, that is very interesting. There is also mind pictures, knowledge and memory, the knowledge of the Valar. There's also information about the body of the Valar and so on. I'm not even sure if it's the knowledge of the Valar, the visible forms of the Valar and Maiar. That talks about their, it's called Fana, their physical forms. Or Fan, I think it's singular, yeah. In Sindarin. And that's very interesting to read. I get a lot of cool stuff. I'm not sure, because I'm not too familiar with all the contents of the Vinyar Tengwa. Some of them were already there, but some was also new. So they're definitely interesting. There's a lot of good stuff in it. Then my personal favorite in this is called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Númenórean. This is a fascinating little text from also the 70s, so a very late Tolkien thing. I thought it would be published earlier, to be honest, but that's actually interesting. Yeah, the heir of Gil-galad, dancing bears. Melian was the head of the 5 guardians. I forgot those. Her as head. So 6 guardians, 5 were the 5 wizards, potentially. It's suggested. It's not clear if Hymenar and Palakendo are the blue wizards, but most likely they are. But this is an interpretation because Tolkien doesn't state it explicitly. While in the other cases, Tolkien writes who they are in brackets after them, but we don't know who the 2 blue wizards are anyway. So, and they have no names. So it makes sense that he omits this little detail, but it's kind of, you could say, indirectly implied by the selection. Still, in this context, of course, it's fascinating. Yeah, dancing bears, also something that is kind of, it's very funny to see that. In Númenor, there were bears and they were dense, and people sometimes started laughing, but that makes the bears angry. It's kind of it's really good. It's an interesting detail. I hope this, Anthony, and this kind of gave example. There are much more about hair, beards, the confirmation that all very noble, like from the noble line, from the royal line, I should say, Númenóreans have no beards. Like Aragorn was beardless because of their elvish strain in their family. Then one thing I kind of disliked a little bit. First of all, I always disliked the idea of the 3 fathers of the elf. So for me, I still consider it not that canon, to be honest, but I kind of have to, because Tolkien wrote it late and he wrote it in more detail than I would have expected. Like, you even get generational data on when they lived and so on. So it seems the 3 fathers story is pretty canon, I guess. And also the story of, like, there's also a story that 144 elves awoke, the 3 fathers awoke first, they all have a spouse and so on. Yeah, stuff like this. What I don't I wouldn't say I don't like it. There's too many things to list. There is a mention of Durin the Deathless in some note. I forgot where it is. It's too many things here. Okay, only 3 times he appears. I think it's a note. I don't find it, chat. Unfortunate. I think here in the book there is another version of something that is very interesting. I found it, chat. I found it. The matter of the dwarves, whose traditions, so far as they become known to elves or men, contained beliefs that appeared to allow for rebirth, may have contributed to the false notion above dealt with. But this is another matter which already has been noted in the Silmarillion. Here it may be said, however, that the reappearance at long intervals of the person of one of the dwarf fathers in the lines of their kings, for example, especially Durin the Deathless, appears again and again. Usually you think they are born again. That's also what's written in Lord of the Rings. Is not, when examined probably one of rebirth, as it's explained in Lord of the Rings, but one of preservation of body of former King Durin. Say to which at intervals his spirit would return. But the relations of the dwarves to the Valar, and especially to the Valar Aule, are, as it seems, quite different from those of elves and men. So if you read this, it sounds like they preserve the body of a Durin, and then his spirit would return to the body, and the body would be preserved, and then he would stand up again. So this was also an idea Tolkien had for thing. Also, you find this only in, I think, in Age of Middle-earth. In all the other versions, I know it's always a reincarnation kind of thing. Finally working. Don't know what the issue was. The other live streams. Oh, Homebody, you had trouble here with the live stream. That is unfortunate. I hope it runs okay for everyone here. So this is very interesting. Though I personally like what is written in Lord of the Rings, which I could try to find, but I would take some moment or two to read you the other version. First of all, I should also open Lord of the Rings to read Lord of the Rings to you, right? It is in Appendix A, right, chat? If I could just remember the page. I made a mistake. I should go to Appendix B and scroll up to A, because it's the very end of Appendix A, somewhere. Durin's Folk. It's somewhere in Appendix A, Durin's Folk. Let's go with alike. That didn't work, chat. No, what was not alike? What was? How did Tolkien phrase this? I think fathers could be the way, because they mention other fathers as well. Just needs a moment. No, it's in the appendix. It's not in the Silmarillion. I know this for a fact. I think it's also in the Silmarillion potentially, because I think some parts of the Silmarillion that we have these days is kind of related to the works on these appendix A, and so on. So there's a degree of There he lived so long that he was known far and wide as Durin the Deathless. Yet in the end he died before the Eldar days had passed, and his tomb was in Khazad-dûm. But his line never failed, and 5 times an heir was born. Here's the important part. He's not preserved and returned. Here it says, and 5 times an heir was born in his house, so like to his forefather that he received the name Durin. He was indeed held by the dwarves to be the deathless that returned, for they have many strange tales and beliefs concerning themselves and their fate in the world. So here we have this detail, which is interesting. I think the version we find in the Silmarillion mentions that this is also, I'm not sure if it's in the Silmarillion, to be honest, could also be in one of the last 3 Nature of Middle-earth books. There we also find, I think there we find the mention that's not only Durin, but this is true for all the dwarves, for the 7 fathers of the dwarves. That all of them have this reincarnation thing. Could also be in the History of Middle-earth books. I forgot. I know it's not that important, but you see the difference. Okay. That's also interesting. Mark Schiesler, I mean, no disrespect, apart from Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, I only read the Silmarillion, where Fingon is Gil-galad's father, so I will not budge from that version. And that is totally fine. Tolkien stated in this version that Fingon is the father of Gil-galad, and if somebody sees this as his personal canon, that is completely fine. I hate this, sometimes this, what do you call this, elitarism, this gatekeeping, that some people say, no, you are wrong when you think that. There are other information, there are newer information, but Tolkien himself did not publish this. And of course, the Silmarillion he did also not publish, but if you only read the 3 books and think that is your version, or you didn't read further, then you will assume that because it's explicitly stated in the Silmarillion like that. It's just good to know that there's another version and that people respect each other. When people say, my version, Orodres is the father of Gil-galad, then that's also completely fine, but you don't have to, like, it simply depends on what you like most. Like, who am I to decide which is the one true version? Tolkien wrote different versions down, that is true, but he never published them, so it's difficult to decide which one is now the best version, which fits everything the most. Also, welcome, Witch King. Nice to see you. I'm just wondering what you are referencing. You said similar. What do you mean? Maybe it was something I said and I didn't get the context. It was 5 minutes ago, so I don't know what I said 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that's true. Writers write many different versions based on their own belief in the story and ideas in their heads. There's no wrong answer. That's kind of... Okay. I thought maybe he wrote similar instead of alike. Okay, now I get it. It was just like, exactly. I was confused for a moment. It's not... Yeah, okay, now that makes complete sense. Stream is spotty. what does spotty mean? Do you see dots in it, or does it mean it stutters or something? I hope it. But you said it works now for you, finally working, so I assume it's okay. But if something sound-wise or so is not good, please let me know. I also need to drink something. Talking too much here. Not talk about Gilgalad. Ah yeah, the letter. Bewait's 25 talks about a letter. We have to look into this in a moment. And we can actually talk what is in the title. I also comment about Peter Jackson adaptation. I don't know. It seems like we're kind of good to go, so we can look into the letter mentioned. I have to look into the letter myself. Yeah, that is true. It can be fun if you discuss the different versions. If you do this, of course, in a respectful manner. But some people sometimes make it like put out the but this version is newer, so you are wrong, or I know the law better than you, so you are wrong. That's kind of like a discourse I hate, to be honest, especially in a fictional work that is not completed by the author himself. That's like going into ancient mythology, and they would make the argument exactly the other way around. And you say, yeah, but in this older text version of this, the mythology, it says the hero did this, and in the newer written version, he goes somewhere else or does something different. And in this case, you would say, but in the older version is the right one. Here in Tolkien's case, you say the newer version is the right one. It's kind of funny to see this, but nobody would make this discussion because both are written down and have potentially a source or a right to exist, if that makes sense. Nice. Witch King, you are a hero. He found the quote, which I stopped looking to. In which book is it? Oh, it's of Aule and Yavanna. I thought it would be written later. That's actually an interesting topic then. You could make a video just on this line, I think. Let me just read it also from the Silmarillion. And then their part shall be to serve Saudi. Here is basically the what the dwarves believe in. For I'm not sure where to start reading though. For they say that Aule, the maker, whom they call Mahal, cares for them, the dwarves, and gathers them to Mandos in halls set apart. Here's, by the way, people ask, go dwarves to the walls of Mandos. We have a beautiful artwork of Peter Macri for this. I don't have any artwork of the halls of Mandos, but I take anything I can get. That doesn't not meant as be disrespectful for the art, because of course I don't find them. However, they might look. I like the artwork. So and there's no description of how they look. But here basically Tolkien says in the Silmarillion, they go to the halls of Mandos in parts set apart. Mandos in halls set apart, and that he declared to their fathers of old that Ilúvatar will hallow them and give them a place among the children in the end. This is the whole Eru adopts the dwarves as his children, because originally they were not the children of Eru, if that makes sense as well. So they are the adopted children of Ilúvatar. That's also, will hollow them, give them place among the children, like elves and men. Then their parts shall be to serve Aule and to aid him in the remaking of Arda after the last battle. They say also that the 7 fathers, now we come to that, of the dwarves returned to live again in their own kin and to bear once more their ancient names, of whom Durin was the most renowned in after ages, father of that kindred most friendly to the elves, whose mentions were in Khazad-dûm. Here, though, it's not written that they are reborn. Here it does say they return, which could mean also they wake up or something like this. This version keeps this idea a little bit more open, but yeah, I should stop adding to my sentences if that makes sense, but it's kind of a weird habit of myself. Sorry for that. Again, yeah, and they have their ancient names again. That is also why I find it strange that in Rings of Power they have like 2 Durins at the same time. Makes no sense. Not even in the context of the Lord of the Rings. Especially you only have 5 and you have the first one lived in the Elder Days, so very, very, very early. We're talking about many, many thousands of years. And you have 5 of them, and you put 2 back to back. So it's not clear if Durin, the Force in the series, will become Durin the Force, but it's strange, chat. It really is. Still haven't figured out what they were thinking with that, but that's a different topic. I should not talk about too much about the show. I like Tolkien's letter. Maybe it's a number too much. About the fate of the Endwife. It's cool how even the writers themselves choose not to give straighter answers, instead leave a mystery. Yeah, that is true. Oh, Anthony has to go to sleep, so I wish you a good night, sleep well. It's kind of also my fault that we are this late, but I'm glad you could stay here a while and I could answer hopefully your stuff. Greetings from the Netherlands, to our friendly neighbors. Hope you people doing there well in these difficult times, so have a good one, and thank you for joining, Anthony. Thank you, neighbor. So let us go to the other question, right? There was a question about a specific letter. It's also one of the new letters, letter 166A. I think I have not read that yet, so it might be interesting to see. Oh, it's a new letter from Ina Unwin. I have the Norse Kingdom for a rapid excursion to Gondor on Saturday morning, but shall, I hope, be back by August. I do not suppose anything urgent enough will occur in the meantime to need a message, but I shall be from August 7 to 7 in Assisi. That's interesting. It says okay, in letter 166A, 27th of July, what I just read, It says Italy is Gondor geographically, I'm guessing. Can we look at the that compared to Pauline Bain's map, Tolkien's note in the left bottom corner? I can't without it. That's a difficult one. No, it's not difficult, but can we look? The problem, I would love to show you stuff, but unfortunately, on YouTube, write stuff is always a problem. So I have the Amazon map that was made by. Let me just use a different map here. The Amazon map made by John Howe, who also was illustrator for the Lord of the Rings films. And yeah, this map, of course, it's published on the internet. I also think with social media in mind. So a lot of creators love using this map because it feels like we can use it. It was edited by my moderator, Kierdan. Shoutouts to him. And updated to the third age, because in origin it's a second age map, and for the most part in the second age Gondor did not exist. Only at the very end of it Gondor was founded, but it's a different topic. So in this regard, I can maybe I have the map somewhere also on my hard drive. The problem is, let me just see, maybe I can send you a link. Tolkien map. And we can post you a link in chat. Or if you have a link, I can give you permission to post a link. That could also be helpful if VoD is still here. Oh, that is actually awesome because it's a very big one. I think I have not found. Okay, I found one on Reddit. Well, I just post you the link in chat, and I hope the link works because it's a long link. Sometimes links like this have the tendency to not work. Let me see if it works. It seems to work. Awesome. I should save it also. I think I have not a high-res version like this, to be honest. It works. Awesome. Middle Earth map. I posted also on Twitch, I guess. Well, people sitting there as well. You can also post in Twitch chat. I read that as well in case people are there watching and have questions or so. Nice. I got this here to some degree. Okay, so let's jump. Sorry for the delay here. Let us jump. So you talk about in your questions, I'm guessing, can we look at that compared to Pauline Bain's map Tolkien notes in the left bottom corner? Left bottom corner. Bottom of the map, 400 miles, is about the latitude of Jerusalem. Umbar sitting Corsair, about that of Cyprus. Corsair's vessel planes. You have a specific one in mind. Marshes, the upper Swan Fleet, Cape. Let me see what you have in mind. Which comment exactly do you have in mind? Is there a reference to? Do you mean this one? Because you would say it kind of is. Is there a reference to Italy on the map, or maybe you mean exactly this one, and you say if the bottom 400 miles is this, does this fit with Italy? Yeah, but it's interesting that Tolkien in this letter calls Italy Gondor, which is kind of funny. Okay, what does the letter say? I leave the North Kingdom for a rapid excursion to Gondor on Saturday. You mean that one? Easy is, yeah. Is in the middle of Italy, in case you wonder. Let me just, I closed it. In case, by the way, you have opened the document, the blue stuff is by Pauline Baines, I think she's pronounced. The green stuff are the notes of Tolkien himself. Large vessel piece stream. Just looking. Here, you mean the one above. Hobbiton is assumed to be approximate a latitude of Oxford. The green Vettel line is marked at distances of 100 miles, 2 centimeters to the map scale, so you can roughly judge the climate and fauna, flora, etc. Minas Tirith is about the latitude of Ravenna, but is 900 miles east of Hobbiton, more near Belgrade. So if we, I don't know, do I have a way? So Ravenna is, let's say, more in the northern part of Italy, not as much north as, I don't know. Let me just see. We have maps.google. Can I show you Google Maps on the screen? Maybe I can, right? Just need a bit of setup time here. Ah, you also sent me this stuff here over Discord. That's awesome. I just have to do production here, which is, as you can imagine, always difficult. To get my chat here back. Sorry for being so silent here, but it's very difficult to do all this production stuff in the background. And at the same time talk and say something interesting. Yeah, this should work. F11. Okay, chat, I have it in a moment. It's only a matter of hours. Don't worry. Okay, that works. So we have Google Maps here. And yeah, in case you wonder, it's north of San Marino. Here's Ravenna. Hope you can see. Can you see my mouse even? No. Yes, you should be able to see it. Well, I can see it on screen, to be honest. Maybe I didn't click. Does this do the trick? I hope. But maybe you see it popping up here. Yeah, now you see it. So here's Ravenna. And this is where Tolkien sees Gondor. And he says, if we go here to England and so on, you see Oxford here. This is where Hobbiton is. And he says, let's look into the note again. Now it becomes complicated. So Hobbiton is at the latitude of Oxford. The green vertical line is marked at a distance of 100 miles. Minas Tirith is about the latitude of Ravenna, but is 900 miles east of Hobbiton and more near Belgrade. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Now the question that we're all asking ourselves, is this kind of fitting to the map that we have? I can't, without much magic, it's difficult already to get Hobbiton and Gondor on my map here at the same time. Especially when I do this here. Can I close this here? I could just move this around a little bit. No, not this. I can just close this, right? Yeah, that I don't need it right now. Okay, so now I can see it maybe a bit better. So Hobbiton is here's Bree. Hobbiton is behind this Eriador part here, somewhere here. And he says Minas Tirith is now here. And he basically says this could fit. It's kind of interesting that Tolkien describes this like this. Here we have now the real world. I have to zoom out a little bit further. But here's Oxford. Here's the thing. No, don't zoom, Mr. Google. I need to do this so it's marked, else it does not pop up. Oxford should pop up anyway. Yeah, it looks, I have to admit, on the Google map it looks a lot longer than here on the other map. So I'm not sure if the scale is really right. the map thing is getting out of hand. Now we're looking at real world maps. At least before it was only maps of Arda. Yeah, that is true. But it's an interesting point that Tolkien makes. I know that Tolkien, I often forget about this, but Tolkien sometimes calls places. We find a few letters like this in the world with, like 166a where he calls Italy Gondor. So you see the development here and how Tolkien, sometimes imagined things like this. It's in this regard interesting to see. Also, the arrow here is now wrong. But I would say roughly it kind of fits, right? It's very interesting to see. But all things considered, like in a way, I know what you are getting. So if we look at Tolkien says he is in, I'm not sure if I have to go back to the other map. So Tolkien says in the letter, it goes to Assisi or Assisi, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I guess it depends on the region you're from. Okay, I have to. I think it's written like this, right? Yeah, here it is. Whoops. So all things considered, that would mean if we now compare this letter. This is Minas Tirith. And what is the distance between these 2 points? The measure distance. Oops. Measure distance here. ...153 kilometers, right? I read the dot right. So 153 kilometers further south of Gondor, or of Minas Tirith, at least latitude-wise. The problem is I don't have a scale here on this. I would have to get out my other map to kind of make the scale, but it's a of this. Maybe he would definitely be somewhere here in this area if we would like compare it. Oh, that Joe has asked the same question in the comments. Maybe somebody in chat knows this, because I read your question and thought, okay, I have to look into this myself. I'm not sure if it's true or not. But there are some interesting words in Tolkien's book, like train or so, which would not fully fit. But yeah, it's kind of interesting if we compare it. That also means, by the way, that Mordor is next to Italy, by the way. Tolkien, it seems like Tolkien does not like Croatia, unfortunately. I know I have some Croatian viewers, so don't worry, but maybe it would be further. You could maybe argue that it's now in the water, which makes sense, and Mordor, Croatia starts behind Mordor, kind of, but it's still kind of funny. Yeah, Mordor's Balkans confirmed. Kind of, well, I mean, you could argue that Mordor starts here and it's now in the water, so the Adriatic Sea is basically Mordor. at least the north of it. It's still kind of funny. Okay, so now come to the pickles question. Gandalf asks for pickles at the unexpected party. I heard these were originally tomatoes in the story, but John Ronald Tolkien changed them to pickles for historic reasons. Ever heard of that? I have to admit, no, I have not heard of that, but it's interesting. So I know the story here. How do I get rid of this window? Like this, okay. Let us close Google Maps for now. Come back here to our live stream nonsense. Yeah, let us maybe look into unexpected party. It's an interesting. I think it would be possible to find this out. So we have to do a little bit of research here again. Oops. Sam sat down blushing, a much more nice pickle we have landed ourselves in, said Frodo. No, I think... Do you have the exact line in Lord of the Rings? By any chance, Joe? Gandalf, you mean not unexpected party? I think you mean unexpected journey in The Hobbit, right? Put on a few eggs, there's a good fellow. Gandalf called after him as the hobbits stumped off to the pantries. And just bring out the cold chicken and pickles. That could actually be now, noting that it's not in Lord of the Rings and it's in The Hobbit. Because in The Hobbit we have a lot of these changes. Let me just see. Related works, other writings, Hobbit, history. Yeah, something here. We have to look into the history of The Hobbit for that. See if it's true. I should be able to find this. In the History of Middle-earth book has also the original script published. Yeah, here we have the comment for it. I just found it. Yeah, it seems the story might be right. Oh man. Is this not linked correctly? Let me just look for tomatoes. So it's actually yeah, so in the original script it says put on a few eggs, there's a good fellow. Baldorthine called after him. That's Gandalf. As the Hobbit stumped off the pantries. This is a very old script of the Hobbit, by the way, in case people wonder, huh? And just bring out the cold chicken and tomatoes. And this, now let me just do something. I have a reprint of the Hobbit in the first edition. Let's look how this sentence is written there. Then we can maybe follow this stuff, because according to the note here in History of the Hobbit, he only changed this to pickles in 1966 in the edition, so very late in life. The reasons for that might not be true. I have to find out where this is actually written. Well, that might be tough to find. No, I don't think. Crack in the plates. Yeah, that's in an unexpected party, of course. And for me, and raspberry jam and apple tart, said Before. Chip the glasses and crack the plates. It's after that we are getting close. Yeah, found it. It says tomatoes in this book originally. That's an interesting difference. Put on a few eggs. There's a good fellow, Gandalf called after him. The hobbit stumped off the pantries to the pantries, and just bring out the cold chicken and tomatoes, however it's pronounced. So very interesting detail. That is from the original first edition published. I should have just gotten my other version as well. I have to go here to my bookshelf and get all the stuff. Chat, sorry for that. I'm prepared for Hobbit detail. I'm very curious how it is in the German translation. Nebelberge, crack the plates, werf die Gläser an die Wand. It's a funny translation, interestingly. Yeah, in the current German translation, it's also pickles. Saure Gurken, interestingly, German translation. Because I'm not familiar with the English food names. I think a pickle is the sour one, at least in our translation, in our food. Pickle. Yeah, that is the sour one. Cucumber is the word, but the cucumber in German, yeah, of course, could also be the other thing. In German, Gurke, by the way, so the word is very different. Just curious, yeah, that's the same. Interesting. The English translation of The Hobbit in the current one. I don't have a second edition from the 50s translation, unfortunately, of The Hobbit. So we could look into that as well. But the essence basically here is, yeah, it seems to be right. There is a note about this particular chapter here. As this line shows, the Hobbit's trademark mix of the familiar and the strange is perhaps at its strongest in this chapter. References to pop guns, trains, tea parties, and familiar names for days of the week lie alongside wizards, dwarves, dragons, and hobbits, just as wild wereworms of the Chinese. In the original version, it's wild wereworms of the Chinese, not of the East Desert or something. It's I think the other version. I could look this up really quick. Not wereworms, wireworms. But it becomes werewolves in the last desert. I have to walk from to the east of East and fight the wild wereworms in the desert. That's the original line. So let's continue. The wild wireworms of the Chinese is juxtaposed against the Battle of the Green Fields and the Goblins of Mount Gram. Tolkien had good precedent for his mentions of tobacco and tomatoes. Even the brothers Grimm allowed potatoes and contemporary coaches into their folk tales, some of the so-called anachronisms. However, are nothing of the sort. It is the narrator, not the character in the story, who compares the scream welling up inside Bilbo to train whistle, just as in Lord of the Rings. It is again the narrator who compares the made by the firework of the dragon to an express train rushing in Lord of the Rings, page 40. And here's a further comment. This comment here is by the author of the book, or the scholar of the book here, which is Mr. Radcliffe, I think is his name. And there's a comment to it. In the third edition of 1966, Tolkien changed the tomatoes to pickles. See page 777 and 786. But let the tobacco stand, despite having used the less specified pipeweed in the sequel. A devoted rather than a heavy smoker himself, Tolkien once recorded an amusing dialogue in praise of tobacco called of the tobacconists for the Linguaphone Institute. Okay, I've not heard that one, to be honest. Sauergürkchen. One-time saure Gurken. Oh, okay. Thank you for checking this up. I find this interesting. Sauergürkchen. Funny translation with the diminutive. Yeah, it's interesting that Tolkien removed the tomatoes, but the potatoes remained. It's, in this regard, interesting. Maybe it's not a historic, but it's not clear if it's a historic reason. Maybe Tolkien liked pickles with old chicken more than with tomatoes. Who knows? Maybe he changed his mind later in life. Maybe it is for historic reasons. But I said some historical inconsistencies, like using tobacco and so on, are still part of this. So kind of interesting, a little detail. But Joe, it seems to answer your question, you might be right. But I never heard of this particular case. No, not never. I at some point read this comment here, but I've had it not in mind. I remember the line here in this note. When I read it, I said, "Oh yeah, that was this line." Well, it was a long time ago I read this. Devoted rather, basically the note, he changed tomatoes but not tobacco. That's kind of interesting. So it's not 100% clear why he keeps this and not the other. But it's, in this regard, kind of interesting to see. But like I said, there are definitely different versions. The express train is a classic, and Tolkien kept this even in Lord of the Rings, wherever I have it opened. Yeah, here in the Lord of the Rings, I read the line in case you don't believe me. It's about the lights went out, a great smoke went up. It shaped itself like a mountain seen in the distance and began to glow at the summit. It spouted green and scarlet flames. Out flew a red golden dragon, not life-size, but terrible lifelike. Fire came from his jaws, his eyes glared down. There was a roar, and he whizzed 3 times over the heads of the crowd. They all ducked, and many fell flat on their faces. The dragon passed like an express train, turned a somersault, and burst over bywater with a deafening explosion. That is a signal for supper, said Bilbo. Bilbo's cool. That is like express train is also there, but it's very interesting if you read the history of the Hobbit a little bit, that the original manuscript, like we had the, let me just read some lines there just to get an idea. Even old Took's great uncle Bullrower, who was so large he could sit on a Shetland pony, for example, that Shetland was also removed as an example. Then there were the wireworms of the Chinese, even in different drafts. Tolkien even mentions the desert goby. Let me just see here. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll try it. If I have to walk from here to the last desert in the east and find the wild wireworms of the Chinese, I had the wild wireworms of the Chinese. I thought the sentence would go on. I had a great uncle, Bullrower Took, and so on. It goes further. There's also the mention of the desert goby in some version, I think. It's a kind of funny section. Pardon me, he said. If I have overheard part, some words you are saying. Part is in brackets, so maybe you couldn't read it or off or something. Tolkien was considering another phrasing here, I assume. I cannot pretend to understand it all, but I think I am right in believing that you think I'm no good. I am not, but I will be. I have no magic signs on my door, and I am sure you have come to the wrong house. But tread in at the right one. Tell me what you wish me to do, and I will try it. I have to walk from here, cancelled. So Tolkien had removed this. Hindu Kush, the great desert of Gobi, fight the wild wireworms of the Chinese, and so on. So it's kind of interesting that in these different iterations of drafts Tolkien wrote for Hobbit, that some of these elements were there as well. There's also the classic in this manuscript in this draft of Tolkien for the Hobbit. We have the very cool line. Let me just read it maybe in the original first. Probably the story about one of my favorite characters in the Tolkien lore. He was as noble and as fair in face as an elf lord, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of dwarves, and as kind as summer. That is the current version of it. In the draft, it is... He was as good to look at, almost, as an elf lord. As strong... Sorry to laugh here. I like that in brackets, almost. He was as good to look at, almost, as an elf lord, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of dwarves, and as kind as Christmas. And Christmas was removed and became as kind as summer. So it's very interesting that there are a lot of changes in these original versions that Tolkien, and some stayed, like the tobacco thing, I assume potatoes might also be there. Potatoes. It's not in the originals. In Hobbit, I think Hobbit's never in the Hobbit never talks about potatoes. No, there is. That is. That is from something else. Unexpected party. However, things potatoes appear. Potatoes. Yeah, chapter 1, Lord of the Rings, an unexpected party. We have one mention. It's 5 mentions. Rings total. Old Gaffer Gamgee got 2 sacks of potatoes, a new spade, a woolen waistcoat, and a bottle of ointment for creaking joints. First ones and the second one, all the others. Okay, then we have the mention of taters. It's the only mention of potatoes. No, that's the. Master Ham. For Bilbo was very polite to him, calling him Master Hamfast and consulting him constantly upon the growing of vegetables. In the matters of roots, especially potatoes, the Gaffer was recognized as a leading authority by all in the neighborhood, including himself. That's also an unexpected journey. So they have 2 mentions of potatoes there. Not sure what the singular is. Singular doesn't offer, but we have taters. The classic. Sam mentions them from time to time. Gollum was still grumbling and crawled into the ferns. Sam busied himself with his pens. What a hobbit needs with Coney, he said to himself, is some herbs, roots, especially taters, not to mention bread. Herbs we can manage seemingly. But yes, stuff like this, and I would make a look through carrots and taters. Yeah, taters just happens quite a few. Then the potatoes, said Sam. There's another potato thing. Smeagol won't go. Oh, no, precious, not this time, hissed Gollum. He's frightened and he's very tired, and the hobbit is not nice. Not nice at all. Smeagol won't grab for roots and carrots and taters. What's taters, precious? Hey, what's taters? Potato, said Sam. The Gaffer's delight and the rare good ballast for any empty belly. But yeah, you know all the stuff here. It's kind of interesting that the potatoes survived then. Context. The tomatoes did not. We could look into Lord of the Rings tomatoes as well. I'm just curious. I think tomato doesn't. Oh, I wrote it wrong. No tomatoes in Lord of the Rings. So that is interesting. I did not know or forgot about this little detail. So, cool question, Joe. I think I hope I could answer it. Thanks for checking the pickles. I post another pickle comment later you might like. I write the answer to this also to your comment video. Even though I just told it you verbally, but yeah. Did potatoes originate in Valinor? That's a good question. I don't know if they would originate in Valinor. It would be kind of interesting if they did. I still don't like. There's always this potato thing. I have no clue what's going on there in the English language area, so I always say potatoes. I hope that's kind of right. Same thing with tomatoes, whatever. In German, we say Kartoffeln, which is potatoes, and tomatoes would be Tomate. There is no discussion there. But German phonology is not that complicated as the English one, I think. So there's that. Okay, tomato is American. Do the British people then say tomato? Is it just, again, a British English thing, like wrath and wrath or something like this? Ah, tomatoes is UK. I didn't know that. Like, makes kind of sense. So I should say tomatoes then, because I usually try to stick to the British pronunciation because I learned that in school. But Erdapfel is the only German word for it. Keep in mind, same with oh man. I have to say, at least in my region, I hear rarely people call them Erdäpfel. But it's a cool word, to be honest. I remember the Asterix film with the 12 tasks for them. Is it 12? I think it's 12. Maybe it's only 10, I forgot. But they cook and they have to eat everything he serves them, or Obelix has to eat everything. And he comments on one dish. It has in it apples that grow below the earth. I found that as a child very remarkable and funny at the same time, because I knew he meant potatoes. Not even in Austria. Okay, so it's more like the Austrian thing. I'm sorry that the Germans spoiled you again with the word Kartoffel, which is enough also a word Germans are sometimes called. Or call themselves something. Which is interesting. Oh, Mark Sheets also has to go. Stay well, everyone. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you for staying so long. Potatoes in German should be backwards. But also not bad. Just wondering. If the Erdapfel thing is a translation from the French name for it. They also call it something similar to potato. That's interesting. But yeah, are there any questions further? We need to think about something else I get hungry. Interesting. I think the people from Netherlands all say aardappel. How to pronounce it? Pomme de terre would be for French thing, which means also something. Yeah, means earth apple. In case people wonder what we have been talking about, Erdapfel means earth apple. With the trolls, Bilbo thinks a nice pickle they were all in. Then 70 years later, very end of the council chapter, Sam says, a nice pickle we have landed ourselves in. Yeah, I noticed this as well while looking for pickle in the book. I noticed, oh, this appears in both books with we are in a pickle. And every time I read we are in a pickle, I have to think of Dark Souls. It's interesting that both say the exact same thing. Maybe it's deliberate by Tolkien because he used it before, and Sam, of course, knows all the stories that Bilbo always told the kids, basically, and maybe also to Sam at some point in his life, because Bilbo was very old, much, much older than Sam. So maybe Sam overtook the from Bilbo and also put it into his, in German would say, Wortschatz. Vocabulary, something like this. Word pool, that's a good word. No, I think Bilbo told it to Sam verbally and maybe used this phrase often, and so Sam started using it as well. Or he could read his mind. That is the other explanation. I mean, Sam's father also worked, in, you could say, with Bilbo together, in a way. As a result, it makes sense that they had contact as when he was younger a lot as well. But yeah, there's also a character in Dark Souls, who's Dark Souls 1, called I have to think, it's Siegmeyer of Katarina is his name in Dark Souls 1, I think. Also often called the Onion Knight. And there's one situation where he's also kind of stuck in a location and says, "Oh, it is," or the gate is not open. He says that is quite a pickle. He eavesdrops too. That is true. He also eavesdrops. Okay, that is interesting stuff going on. Both pickle quotes come just before Sting enters the story. There's a famous ship in British history, the HMS Pickle, which was originally named Sting. Okay, Mr. Tolkien, we see what you did there, but I would never have found this out. But thank you for sharing this fact, or this interesting detail. HMS Pickle. I'm not too familiar with British ship history. The first HMS Pickle 1800 was a 10-gun sail schooner. Purchased in 1800, originally named Sting, and renamed 1802. She was present at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, but too small to play a part in the battle itself, under command of John Richards Lepontier, who was entrusted with covering the message about the victory and the death of Lord Nelson to England. He landed in Falmouth, Cornwall, setting Lepontier on his historic 36-hour journey by chase to the Admiralty in London. The route he took was inaugurated as the Trafalgar Way in 2005. She was wrecked in 1808 off Cadiz. A small schooner like a hobbit. Yeah. That is a good thing. Okay, chat. We want to also look into some of the letters, right? Now we talked a lot about potatoes. That all is all I got on pickles and stings. That's already amazing, to be honest. So that. Thank you for sharing, Joe. Probably will forget about this at some point. In the letters we find no pickle though. No tomatoes either. So Tolkien did not write about this in his letters, in case you wondered. So yeah, if you have seen the my first impressions thing, there are a few things that were added here to the letters version. First of all, this letter I kind of often quote because it has some unique information, for example, about the rings of power. That's what I often remember this particular letter quite well for. It says confer invisibility in this letter, if I'm not completely mistaken. It's a very long letter, but yeah, it is exactly this. And I have a video called what's it called, chat? I forgot what I called it. I think Misconceptions about the Three Rings of Power, which is very interesting. Maybe watch it if you haven't. And that says, and I also reference this letter here, and here it says, the elves of Eregion made three supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So the three elven rings do not make you invisible, which also indirectly implies that this is different for the other rings. Actually, that is stated in Lord of the Rings and here, as well in sentences before. The chief power of all the rings, if we go to all the rings, was the prevention or slowing of decay, for example, viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. But also enhance the natural powers of the possessor, thus approaching magic and more easily corrupt into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers more directly from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called as he casts a fleeting shadow and a presage on the pages in the Hobbit, such as rendering the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. And now comes this thing I just read, that these three elven rings do not confer invisibility because Sauron had no part directly in their making. Only their design is based on the other rings of power, but this was changed by Celebrimbor because he was looking for something that is even better at the preservation of beauty than the previous ones. The previous one just allowed to slow down the decay, and with the master, his three rings, he wanted to be even able to preserve beauty in a larger scale and so on. So yeah, this is what Tolkien explains in a lot of detail. This is not new though. It was known before. I should get the old letter so I find where something starts and where something ends. Fifth books, fourth books. Yeah, here as a summary. The Lord of the Rings opens on the same scene as The Hobbit from 60 years later. It begins with a chapter somewhat similar in style that entitled Long Expected Party, and content is deliberately parallel to the first chapter of the earlier book. Bilbo is now 111 years old Hobbit. He has adopted as his heir his favorite kinsman of a young generation, Frodo. He is generally envied for his wealth and apparently unaging health, but conversation between Bilbo and Gandalf reveals that all is not well with the old Hobbit. He is finding life thin and wearisome. Gandalf shows a certain anxious curiosity about his ring. The introduction ends with the sudden disappearance in the midst of his own birthday party of the Hobbit Bilbo, never to be seen in the Shire again. It is his last use of the ring. Gandalf induces him to leave it behind with Frodo. All his other trophies of the old adventure he takes with him, and departs to an unknown destination, but of course to the house of Elrond and peaceful memory of the past. Some 70 years elapse. Frodo is now the age that Bilbo was when he went on his quest, so he's 50 now. At the 111th birthday, it is the 33rd birthday of Frodo, and Bilbo's 111th birthday. And 17 years later, Bilbo is then 50. Which is also, like, Tolkien again points out how he kind of makes stuff, very deliberately makes things in the first chapter of The Lord of the Rings very similar to what he did in The Hobbit. He also preserves his youth, but is afflicted with restlessness. Rumors of trouble in the great world outside reach the hobbits, especially of the rise again of the enemy or Dark Lord. Gandalf, after long absence on perilous journeys of search, returns and reveals that Bilbo's ring is the One Ring. The One. And that the enemy is aware of its existence and probably through the treachery of Gollum knows where it is. Something of the history of the ring is sketched. Mainly how it came into the accidental keeping of Gollum. Frodo makes plans to fly in secret to the house of Elrond. So here we have, like, this is the story of the first book. We already know this, but it's kind of interesting to read how Tolkien summarizes this. I find this highly fascinating. What parts, what story beats he puts out here and sees as important in this very long letter. I can't read everything because it's just very long. Overall 500 miles to Elrond, they are pursued by the terror and are brought through only by the help of a strange man met in an inn known to some as Strider. His stature and power are only slowly manifested. Frodo receives a desperate wound from the captain of the Black Riders and is at death's door when at last the fugitives escape and come to Elrond. The first book ends with the destruction of the Black Riders in that form and the reception of the ring bearer by Elrond. Then the second book summary starts and so on. So it's very interesting to read some details here. For example, here in the second book thing, we find also some cool details. Maybe it's fairly obvious in this regard. Also, let me just see if production here holds up in the background. The second book, which must, as explained before, begin with a pause before a complete change of direction. Let me just read this again. Which must, as explained, begin with a pause before a complete change of direction after healing and refreshment and gaining of wisdom. Begin with the healing of Frodo, the meeting of Frodo and Bilbo again, the council of the wise, and the making of the plan for the final quest, the unmaking of the ring. At the end of the year, in the midwinter, the most unlooked for time, the company of the ring sets out in the most unlooked for direction towards the land of the enemy. The company of 9 as counterpart to the 9 riders and as representing all the chief elements of resistance to the Dark Power contains Gandalf, the Four Hobbits, Boromir, a Lord of Gondor, Strider, now revealed as Aragorn, heir of Isildur, and hidden claimant to the ancient throne, an elf, and a dwarf. I find this very funny to read. How he introduces Aragorn and all his importance, and he's the heir of Isildur and claimant of the ancient throne, and an elf and a dwarf. I kind of like how he says, yeah, it's just some elf and some dwarf. To the dwarf, at least he could have written the son of Gloin. Some would pronounce the name. The adventures start on a plane and on a plane. It sounds funny. On a plane and in a style resembling that of The Hobbit, but rise steadily to a higher level. All the characters are slowly revealed in their nature and in their change. I find a very fitting description of this. That's pretty cool. There's a sense throughout of a hidden watch on their movements, a constantly hostility, even of beasts and inmate things. The company is driven to attempt the passage of the ominous mines of Moria, and there Gandalf falls into an abyss in an act of saving them from a trap. This I find very fascinating. This was also one of the remarkable lines I found in this letter. Like here, they call it a trap. Isn't that kind of cool? That Tolkien describes the whole Moria section as a trap. There was also the question here before, which I forgot to actually answer. I'm sorry for that. No, Mark is already offline though. Is it by Mark? No, it's by Pumpkin Rick. What was the logic of the Fellowship? What was the logic the Fellowship chose to take the route? I understand that there was safety reasons, and Boromir had issues, but also the route they took, they met an ancient demon. So what was the logic behind this particular part? And the answer to this is, of course, I don't know. It's like they couldn't go through the gap of Rohan because of Saruman. They did not want to go the ancient path that the hobbits in the Hobbit book took, like the Bilbo and the dwarves took. That is the path that is behind Rivendell over through the Misty Mountains. The High Pass, I think it's called. They did not want to take that one as well, because maybe it takes them too close to Mirkwood, and in Mirkwood there's also still the Nazgul, and a lot of bad things happen there and so on. As a result, you could argue we have also still the problem with Dol Guldur down there, and they have to go south anyway. So they decided to not go there as well. And with those closed, they don't have many other options, I think. It was just a decent option. Only the Redhorn Pass is left, which was the choice of some, but they struggled there. Saruman in the films does something to inflict the wrath of the mountain, if that makes sense. In the books, it's not explicitly said, only that they hear fell voices in the wind. That's the only reference, and Peter Jackson made a little bit more out of this, but you have to keep in mind that the Misty Mountains were also created by Morgoth, so it is kind of a cursed place in of itself, if that makes sense. And a lot of terrible things happen in and around those Misty Mountains, if you think about it. Especially the dwarves have their fair share of problems there. However, so Moria is the only option, and Aragorn also goes through Moria one time before. Gollum goes through Moria, but is stuck in it. And Gandalf, I think, also went through Moria at some point. So we have several people, and Gandalf liked the idea of going through Moria, the others not so much in the book. In the film it's a bit different. And this is how it happens. It's interesting that it's called a trap here in this particular section. So yeah, we have a lot of interesting details here with this thing. Maybe I should have shown you the map while talking about all the cool map stuff here. But yeah, like I said, here I think that is called the High Pass. And then you get to the Carrack, and then you could go on this road to Thranduil or something like this. But you have to keep in mind Dol Guldur here in the way. Here is Isengard or Isengard. So Saruman is here in the gap of Rohan in the way. This route here would lead them through Mirkwood or close to Mirkwood. So not ideal. And to get to the other side, they decided to use the Redhorn Pass. Somewhere here. And get through the other side and then go to Lothlorien, which is what is exactly what they do. Or would have done anyway, I think. But they decided to go through Khazad-dûm. And like I said, Aragorn did this before, Gandalf did this, Gollum also. So it has always worked, but this one time they go with the Fellowship, it didn't work. And I don't know. It's interesting though that I think Aragorn's also not a fan of going through Moria, so that's definitely an interesting detail in this regard. It's a trap. Aragorn leads them out on through Lorien and a guarded elvish land, at which point I make a perilous and difficult attempt, which is true, to catch... I'm not sure, I wouldn't say it's perilous though, it's difficult for sure, to catch at close quarters the air of timeless elvish enchantment. That I also found extraordinary rereading this here. And they proceed down the great river until they pass the water gate into the old realm of Gondor. The second book ends in disaster and the breaking up of the company, owing the secret working of the ring that excites the lust of Boromir of Gondor. Frodo and Sam go off east alone on their desperate mission to bring the ring to the enemy's own country and cast it in the fire. Aragorn is placed in a dilemma. He may go after Frodo with small hope of finding him, or even so helping him, and abandon the two hobbits that not finding him, or even so hoping I can't read chat, sorry for that, or even so of helping him and abandon the two hobbits that have been captured by orcs, the enemy's soldiers. Or he may rescue the hobbits and leave Frodo and Sam to their hopeless errand. Although the book hints of the watchfulness of spies have multiplied. Also, it becomes at least clear that Gollum himself has picked up their trail and dogging, as is also an interesting word, the footsteps of the ring-bearer. They also mentioned, at last the Black Riders appear in still more terrible form, winged riders in the air. The book ends with the death of Boromir fighting the orcs in an effort to redeem himself for his fall. He had tried to take the ring from Frodo by force. And then he continues with the other books. About the third book, he writes that, but it also introduced one of the greater politics of the defense of the West and to the preparations of the last war and battle with Sauron. It is crossed by the lesser war with Saruman, chief of the wise, who has turned himself to evil and seeks for domination, playing into the hands, more or less wittingly, of the Dark Lord. That I also found a very interesting phrasing here of Tolkien. That Saruman does not play into the hands of Sauron. Like, he tries to do his own thing, and it seems like he does not perceive, if we see this particular section of Tolkien, that Tolkien does this wittingly, that Saruman does this wittingly, like that he knows that it actually helps the Dark Lord quite a bit what he's doing there. So he kind of allies with him, though he has his own agenda, but he thinks he's like on the right path, if that makes sense. It's an interesting detail I found here in the summary as well. We meet the noble riders of Rohan, the Rohirrim, and their king in his golden hall, and the book ends with the destruction of Saruman's stronghold in Isengard and the reunion of all the companions save Frodo and Sam. Gandalf reappears changed and more evidently superhuman after his combat in the Abyss. That also is a cool line here, which is kind of true, and again shows that Gandalf the White is far more than Gandalf the Grey was. Like, he evidently superhuman is an interesting phrase here, I think. It's also very fitting. Yeah, the fourth book deals with perils and labors of Frodo and Sam. And also a cool summary here. He begins to love Frodo as a good and kind master. This regeneration is constantly hindered by the suspicion and dislike of the faithful Sam. So Tolkien says Sam is kind of in the way for Gollum's regeneration. And he has, like, he's an interesting character concept. Sam doesn't know how honest Gollum is, which Frodo kind of might see or understand better, and Sam is kind of in the way for this. It is finally frustrated by an impatient and impulsive rebuke of Sam's at a critical moment when Gollum was poised on the brink of repentance. Gollum relapses into hatred and treachery. But he is essential. Only by his guidance could the hobbits even approach the Blackland. And so on. Like I said, I really like this little summary section here. The fifth book returned to the precise point at which Book 3 ended. Gandalf on his great horse with the hobbit Peregrine took, passing along the great north road south to Gondor. Now we come to the half-ruinous Byzantine city of Minas Tirith and meet its grim lord, the old, proud, wizard-like steward Denethor. That I also found very interesting. The great darkness comes in the Nazgul ride the air, cowing all hearts. Slowly the assault begins and mounts of fire and terror. And mounts in fire and terror. Denethor commits suicide. The sorcerer king, captain of the Black Riders, overthrows the unbreakable gates of the city. Gandalf alone is left to face him. And then the last moment, the Rise of Rohan come, and so on and so forth. It's also an interesting sentence. The siege is raised at the last moment by the coming at last of the Riders of Rohan, led by their ancient king Theoden. I find it interesting that he calls him the ancient king here. That's a very interesting detail in this thing, I think. I mean, Theoden is quite old at this time, to be fair. Well, I don't know how old usually the people of Rohan are. He's 71. I would still say 71 to go in a battle like that is still impressive, for sure. But maybe he means also with ancient, that the people of Rohan are these ancient people in a way, like they are, I don't know, the Anglo-Saxons. Somehow, in some way, if that makes sense. There's also a mention of the eagles here further in the like Tolkien writes here that the book ends in the last desperate deed of the West to draw off the eyes of the enemy in case Frodo is indeed come to his land, and also because still sitting still in a fortress would end at last only in ruin. All that can be mustered of the men of Rohan and Gondor march away openly to assault the very gates of Mordor. And a few lines further, the Hobbit among them, Peregrine, falls under the weight of the slain, and as consciousness fails and he passes into forgetfulness, he seems to hear the cry of the eagles. But he remembers that was the turning point of Bilbo's story, which he knew well, and laughing at his fancy his spirit flies away and he remembers no more. Then the sixth book begins where the fourth left off. We now have Sam with his supreme plain docked common sensible heroism in aid for his master. Tolkien uses here a Greek word. Aristea, I think it reads, but I'm very bad at reading Greek. Yeah, Aristea, that is the excellence. It's in a sense a dramatic convention of epic poetry, as in the Iliad, where the hero in battle has his finest moments. Now, this is the moment where Sam shines. I cannot pot these chapters in which I have told, and I think even made credible in their mode, how he rescued his master, how he guided and aided him through the horrors and deadly perils of Mordor until the very edge of death, by hunger, thirst, fear, and growing burden of the ring. They reach the mountains of doom and the high chamber of the fire, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's kind of cool how Tolkien describes here the character constellation. Frodo cannot bear to destroy it. He renounces the quest and claims the ring and puts it on his finger. The Dark Lord is suddenly aware of him and all the plot. His whole appalling will is withdrawn from the battle at the gates and concentrated on the mountain within sight of his throne, which is also kind of ironic in a way. Gollum comes up and wrestles on the brink for mastery with Frodo. He bites off the ring and screams with exhaustion, but falls in his mad capering into the abyss, and so ends. And so the ring is after all unmade, and even the treachery of Gollum has served its end, as Gandalf foretold. So yeah, it's a pretty cool little summary here by Tolkien that adds, in my opinion, a little details or clears up or brings how you understand Lord of the Rings maybe in a specific direction, if that makes sense. You reach the catastrophe of the whole romance, that is the sudden joyous turn and fulfillment of hope, the opposite of tragedy. That should be the hallmark of a fairy story, or higher or lower of higher or lower tone, the resolution and justification of all that has gone before. And he also mentioned this in the letter. It brought tears to my eyes to write it. And Tolkien also says, and I cannot help believing that it is a supreme moment of its kind. I think we can, of course, all agree that, like the final stuff and the ending, the closure of everything is definitely one of the strongest parts in Lord of the Rings. And the films also portray this pretty well, in my opinion. But it is not the end of the sixth book, or the Lord of the Rings as a whole, for various reasons. The chief artistic one, that the music cannot be cut off short at its peak. So that's interesting. The Tolkien writes, right, we are here at the peak of the book. I can't just end it here. I like to wind. Also, the history is left in the air unfinished. Also, I like tying up loose ends and hate them in other people's book. I like to wind up the clues, as do not only children, but most folk of heartly appetite. So that's also a very cool line in my opinion, because Tolkien basically, Tolkien was very good at doing this. And here he kind of confirms it, that he loved doing this. It was very important to him. That is why, like, some other stories throw up a lot of questions and implications and then forget about it. But Tolkien was not like that. I feel like Tolkien kind of is able to tie all those loose ends together and bring them to a good end. Especially in Lord of the Rings. I think Tolkien was very good at this. And yeah, he here confirms that that was actually very important to him. Again, the story began in the simple Shire of the Hobbits, where it also started, and it must. Well, this actually writes this. Again, the story began in the simple Shire of the Hobbits, and it must end there, back to common life and earth, the ultimate foundation again. Finally, and cogently, it is the function of the longish coda to show the cost of victory, as always, and to show that no victory, even on a world-shaking scale, is final. The war will go on, taking other modes. So it was kind of Tolkien, maybe Tolkien's own experience with war and this sort of things. Tolkien, of course, had inspirations from his life for Sam and some other characters and so on. But he, of course, after World War I, also knew that after World War I comes World War II. So it's sometimes victory has cost, and victory is not forever. It's not final, as he writes. And this I find, like, this section I find very fascinating because of this, simply because sometimes you wonder, even if we talk about Peter Jackson and his film adaptation, some people say, why is the scouring of the Shire missing? Which Tolkien is talking about here. And the answer to this is simply that. It's to show that even on a world-shaking scale, as you have it, it's not final. There are always other conflicts after the wars, before the war, kind of the thing, even if it's sad in a way. But still, you would, and he also says, finally, and it is, how is this word pronounced? I always not sure. Let me just consult the Cambridge Dictionary. No, what is this? cogently. Okay, that's how I pronounce it. Cogently, finally, and cogently. It is the function of the longish coda. Coda is like in music or so, the end thing. To show the cost of victory, as always. And like victory always costs something. And it's not final. That's what he is writing here. And this is kind of, this I think puts an interesting perspective to the scouring of the Shire, if that makes sense. We pass thus to wind up the affairs of Gondor and witness the crowning of the king, and then all the happy things happens here. And go, yeah. And the companion, crowning of the king and his marriage with the lady high and fair, daughter of Elrond, destined queen of the throne restored, and the companions depart, dropping off one by one in a series of farewells, as we go back to the north to Elrond's house, and then west again to the Shire. Saruman the Great is passed on the road, a whining, malicious beggar. In Rivendell, and so on and so forth, let me just skip a little bit ahead. They go and discover that the tentacles of evil, time has reached even to their beloved land. Tentacles of the evil of their time have reached even to their beloved land and their absence. Greed and ambition was touched even the hobbits, and one of Frodo's kin has tried to corner all the wealth and power of the community. He had long been in secret communication with Saruman, only to be outwitted, for evil men, servants of Sauron, have really usurped him, ruling all by pillage and force. Barracks disfigure the villages, trees are felled far and wide, rivers fouled, and mills turned to machines. The scouring of the Shire, ending in the last battle ever fought, there occupies a chapter. It is followed by a second spring, a marvelous restoration and enchantment of beauty, chiefly wrought by Sam with the help of gifts given him in Lorien. But Frodo cannot be healed. For the preservation of the Shire, he has sacrificed himself. And yeah, that is then how it goes slowly to the end and explains again what the cost of victory is, and in this case, the sacrifice of Frodo. And what I also find very interesting here at the end, Sam has to choose between love of his master and of wife. That is also interesting. So maybe Sam considering going with him because Sam is also a ring bearer. And yeah, Tolkien just describes a little bit more, goes into some further details. To Bilbo and Frodo, a special grace is granted to go with elves they loved, an Arthurian ending, in which it is of course not made explicit whether this is an allegory of death or a mode of healing and restoration leading to a return. Also very cool detail here that Tolkien mentions in this letter. Oh, people are not asleep here in chat. It seems a bit like it. Or my chat doesn't work. It's also a possibility. Test. Oh, it seems to work. Aris Aurelian is still there. He's waving. It's also interesting that even though Tolkien skips, of course, and shortens a lot of things, they ride to the Grey Havens and take ship. Gandalf with the red ring, Elrond with the blue, and the greater part of his household, and Galadriel of Lorien with a white ring. And so the rings are explicitly mentioned. And with them depart Bilbo and Frodo. It is hinted that they come to Edessea. But Sam, standing stricken on the stone quay, sees only the white ship slip down the grey estuary and fade into the darkling west. He stays long unmoving, listening to the sound of the sea and shores of the world. Then he rides home. His wife welcomes him with the firelight and his first child, and he says simply, "Well, I've come back." There's a brief epilogue in which we see Sam among his children, a glance at his love for Elanor, his first daughter, his first child, the elvish name of a flower in Lorien, his eldest, who by strange gift has the looks and beauty of an elven maid. And that is... Let's think about how your name is pronounced. Marty D, I think. Welcome, nice to see you. We just read through letter 100, through the new expanded letter 131 a bit, about the summary. And here comes now a very interesting thing. Sam always wanted to see the elves, and here Tolkien makes an interesting remark. So again, a glance at his love for Elanor, his first daughter, the elvish name for a flower in Lorien, his eldest child, who by strange gift has the looks and beauty of an elven maid. And then Tolkien continues, in her all his love and longing for elves is restored and satisfied. So this in a way is very interesting to me, because it kind of clarifies this a little bit. Like especially he has to make a choice for his love for wife and maybe his family, and for for Frodo. And he returns to his wife and his family, and you could argue as a gift, or maybe, I don't know, it was the right decision from the beginning and so on, but I find it interesting that Tolkien writes, in her his love and longing for elves is resolved and satisfied. Then he talks a bit about his Maya thing and so on. He struggles with a red book, begun by Bilbo, nearly completed by Frodo, in which all the events told in The Hobbit and The Lord are recorded. I also find it interesting. That is a long and yet bold resume. Many characters important to the tale are not even mentioned. Even some whole inventions like the remarkable Ents, oldest of living rational creatures, shepherds of the trees. That I find strange though, because technically dwarves are older, but I think he even mentions this here somewhere. Or there's a comment for this? I forgot. Since we now try to deal with ordinary lives springing up ever unquenched under the trample of world policies and events, these are touched in love stories or love in different modes, wholly absent from The Hobbit. But the highest love story, that of Aragorn and Arwen, Elrond's daughter, is only alluded to as a known thing. It is told elsewhere in a short tale of Aragorn and Arwen Undumiel. I think the simple rustic love of Sam and his Rosie, nowhere elaborated, is absolutely essential to the study of his, the chief hero's, character, and to the theme of the relation of ordinary life, breathing, eating, working, begetting, and quest, sacrifice, causes, and the longing for elves, and sheer beauty. But I will say no more, nor defend the theme of mistaken love seen in Eowyn and her first love for Aragorn. I do not feel much can now be done to heal the faults of this large, much embracing tale, or to make it publishable, if it is not so now. A slight revision now accomplished of a crucial point in The Hobbit, clarifying the character of Gollum and his relation to the ring, will enable me to reduce Book 1, Chapter 3, The Shadow of the Past, simplify it and quicken it, and also simplify the debate opening of Book 2 a little. In the other material, the Silmarillion and some other tales or links such as the downfall of Numenor are published or in process of this, then much explanation of background, and especially that found in the Council of Elrond Book 2, could be dispensed with, but altogether it would hardly amount to the excision of a single-long chapter out of about 72. And then Tolkien writes, I wonder if, even legible, you will ever read this, question mark. And then follows a list. It's very interesting to see the summary. I think it's very fascinating. There was a long thing. In the listing of Tolkien's book things, the following list of items picking up the tales of the three ages was attached to his letter. Mythical, legendary, and fairy story matter of my cycle of tales of the three ages. A. Tales of the First Age. First, the Silmarillion. Music of the Ainur, a short piece of prose of some high style as what follows. Cosmogony introduces Valar powers, roughly gods. The history of the Eldar and so on. At the end, though, I find it interesting that he also mentions the children of Húrin, the fall of Gondolin, and then 8, the Lay of Leithian. Or Leithian. The tale of Beren and Luthien, and the recovery of one of the Silmaril out of hell. Prose in old form, fully told in verse, not quite complete. So Tolkien wrote a prose form of that story. It is like a prose in old form, so it's told in verse and so on. It's not a classic, and it's not as we know the story. There is, if you're interested in that, check the History of Middle-earth, Book 3, with the same name. There you find what Tolkien did there. Very interesting that Tolkien mentions it here and later has written. That prose and verse would be interesting. Did Tolkien like modern fiction? That's a good question. Like I said, I'm not too deep into Tolkien biography. However, there's an interesting letter of Tolkien I stumbled upon recently. It's unfortunately not in this book. It's one of the published, unpublished letters of Tolkien. And he writes an answer to Gene Wolfe. That's an American science fiction and fantasy author as well. But so we had some contact. It was probably not like that Tolkien did not accept any of these other, like more modern authors or so. In a way, Tolkien, I wouldn't say had Tolkien the problem. Tolkien kind of, I think he might have liked it. Like, it depends what you define by modern. In a way, Tolkien was a modern writer, if that makes sense. Tolkien only hated certain things that people did. For example, too much allegory Tolkien didn't like. And Tolkien doesn't like when writers don't finish their loose ends. We just, in this summary, we mention this, like when was it? The story reaches its end, Tale of the Hobbits, 9 companions, victory, blah, blah, blah. I don't find the passage now anymore, chat. Also, I like uptying loose ends and hate them in other people's books. So if there are loose ends in other books, Tolkien doesn't like it seems. I wouldn't say that, it depends a bit on what you see. Tolkien, for example, his friend C.S. Lewis, who wrote, for example, the Narnia books, Tolkien didn't like that he went too much into allegory in his books and so on. I think Bilbo has kind of many inspirations. In one of his letters, I think some of the behavior of Bilbo and so on, or in general of hobbits, Tolkien was inspired a bit by himself, if that makes sense. Let me see. I should thank you for the enthusiasm with you have arranged this festival. I'm looking forward to it in spite of certain qualms. I'm a hobbit and not a hero or one of the great. And the words will fill me alarm with. So Tolkien kind of speaks something of himself that he's like a hobbit. Let me see if I find the quote. I forgot which letter it was. Yeah, here it is. It is letter 213. Tolkien writes, I'm in fact a hobbit in all but size. I like gardens, trees, and unmechanized farmlands. I smoke a pipe, and I like good plain food, unrefrigerated, but detest French cooking. I like and even dare to wear in these dull days ornamented waistcoats. I'm fond of mushrooms out of yield, have a very simple sense of humor, which even my appreciative critics find tiresome. I go to bed late and I get up late when possible. I do not travel much. I love Wales, what is left of it, when mines and the even more ghastly seaside resorts have done their worst, and especially the Welsh language. And I have not the Welsh language, like Sindarin, one of the Elvish languages, is inspired by Welsh. I should add here. But I have not, in fact, been in Wales for a long time, except for crossing and so on and so forth. But it's kind of interesting how Tolkien does this comparison to Bilbo, like as a character. I'm not sure what other character. Like Tolkien has a lot of inspiration of other books like Beowulf and so on. So especially The Hobbit, it's a bit apparent that Beowulf was to some degree an inspiration for this book as well. It's a good question though. What other inspirations Bilbo had at the time? You have to consider The Hobbit came out 1937, so quite a long time ago. He was called Babbitt. Actually curious how Bilbo was called originally. Let me just see if I find it here. All of them come from the Edda. Wizard from the Associate just Bilbo Baggins sets a Hobbit apart in the story. Look up the etymology for Bilbo. Difficult on the fly. As a translation of Reddit suggests that the name Bilbo is very likely a name invented by Tolkien, a short, simple, made-up name appropriate for heroes of children's book or light-hearted story. It has also been noted by Jim Allen that Bilbo is kind of Spanish sort deriving its name from Bilbao. Oh, that's interesting. The element Bil sword is found in some Germanic names such as Bilihar. Maybe it's Bilihar, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Now, according to the Bosworth Toller Anglo-Saxon Dictionary, a dictionary of Old English, the element bil refers to either farming or military blade, significant in that it must have two edges. The element bow, equivalent to bar, means bows. Okay, that's why it has two edges. Understood. Interesting. By Sinclair Lewis, right? Satirical novel about American culture. Let us see if we find something. Okay, the Wikipedia article also states this. Bilbo Baggins, the main character of John Ronald Reuel's Tolkien novel The Hobbit, was partially inspired by Babbit, as was the title of the book itself. Bilbo and the hobbits in general are known for being most comfortable at home and uninterested in adventure. Other fictional influences are around. It's interesting. What is the source for it? 2003, a biography. Okay, Tom Shippey writes, seems to mention this as well. Let us see. Maybe we find something in letters. That would be interesting. No, unfortunately not. Lewis, I will find a lot though. It seems like there might be a parallel. Okay, it's a letter from 1966, it seems. Tolkien wrote a letter to Professor Harry B. Bauer. Harry C. Let me see if we find something in this direction. It's unfortunately not a published letter. But that is not a problem. Simply because we couldn't look up other letters. I just have now to find it. Harry C. Bauer. Let's see if I find this here in the list. Professor Bauer had written asking Tolkien about Sinclair Lewis Babbitt. Tolkien wonders if the name had some influence on the invention of Hobbit. The letter was discussed in detail by John D. Ratliff in 2 blog posts on his website. See reference. But you might be right. It seems like there is Tolkien thanks Bauer for an article or reprint Bauer had sent him. What this piece, well, I have to make this bigger, it's very small. Also link it in chat if you are interested. That's the wrong chat, of course. So here's Ratliff he wrote the history of Hobbit, in case people wonder, and he's like a also knowledgeable Tolkien scholar. You can also find it in the summary of this Tolkien guide. Also states in the letter that he read all of Sinclair Lewis, apparently referring to Lewis' famous books. Gigantosaurus, nice to see you here, welcome. So yeah, you might be onto something. So it seems Tolkien wonders in this letter if he invented the word Hobbit because of Babbitt. That this might be the inspiration, and that Tolkien had read his book. So it's definitely possible that Tolkien drew some inspiration here. Thanks for the hint. Very interesting. Anything new? No. Anything new lore to expand the universe? So far, not really. I think the new book and letters is mostly related to Tolkien biography and publishing of the books and how the books were created. I think most letters are kind of tied to that. the one thing I find very interesting, and we discussed this letter at length a moment ago, that is letter 3, the extended version or the full version now of letter 131. And there's a summary of Tolkien where he summarizes Lord of the Rings, and I think it has some very interesting details in it, especially how Tolkien sees certain things, including that he describes Sauron as the Sauron of the Third Age when he comes back after his got cut off by Isildur and with the ring, that he's then the third Dark Lord in the Third Age. So kind of interesting stuff like that. So it's very small details. So far, I've not read all the letters yet, so I can't tell for sure, but what I've stumbled upon so far seems to be mostly related to his publishing activity and so on. I think the law interesting letters we already got in the previous release, because the original release of the book had to be cut down to the version we had before this, and the version we now got with these 150 extra letters was planned to be released originally like this, but they had not enough, like the book they had not enough words. The book needed to be smaller, shorter, and as a result they cut out these 150 letters. I assume they cut out the letters that they did not see as important. Weird. So we treat Sauron both as a second and third Dark Lord. Yeah, kind of, though, because the last Sauron is a different Sauron. It's the same person, but it's kind of a different Sauron without the ring than the Sauron from before. Especially after losing his body and so on, his approach has to change, especially, and this kind of happens in the Third Age. But of course, it's the same person, but he was defeated and is back again. So in a way, you could say, yeah, he just made the third one. Kind of like the Doctor on how different. I'm not 100% sure what you mean, but yeah, it's. I mean, you have to also think that the One Ring is a part of Sauron's self, and it's still in existence, but at a different place. That definitely maybe does also something with the character Sauron. And until the fall of Numenor, which happens very late in the Second Age, Sauron has a body and can take a fair form and use this and so on to do other things, and also has certain consequences as well, which is quite kind of interesting. And we talked about the Nature of Middle-earth book, and there's an interesting text in this book, which of course I have now to find, so I can maybe read it. Note on the Day of Gil-galad and the Numenorians. Let me just see if it's relatively short. Here Tolkien writes in this text, also from the 70s, but not until Morgoth and the Barad-dûr were ready could he allow them to come out of hiding. The orcs. He's talking about that he wanted to, like, the first sentence is, the orcs of various kinds, creatures of Morgoth, were to prove the most numerous and terrible of his soldiers and servants, but great hosts of them had been destroyed in the war against Morgoth and in the destruction of Beleriand. Some remnant had escaped to hidings in the northern parts of the Misty Mountains and the Grey Mountains, and were now multiplying it. But further east there were more and stronger kinds, descendants of Morgoth's kinship, but long masterless during his occupation of Thangorodrim. They were yet wild and ungovernable, preying upon one another and upon men, whether good or evil. And Sauron wanted to basically get those orcs in his army as well. And then we can read, but not until Mordor and the Barad-dûr were ready, but he allowed them to come out of hiding, while the eastern orcs had not experienced the power and terror of the Eldar or the valor of the Edain, were not subservient to Sauron, while he was obliged obliged, I think it's pronounced. I'm just thinking about how is this pronounced. English is sometimes a difficult language for a not native speaker. I can feel that, especially if you have to read stuff. But it's obliged. Yeah. Again, well, he was obliged for the causing of Western men and elves to wear as fair a form and countenance as he could. They despised him and laughed at him. So he was on his mission in his fair form to kind of convince the Western men and the elves that he's the good guy. He had to wear this fair form, and the orcs despised him and laughed at him for that. Thus it was that though, as soon as his disguise was pierced and he was recognized as an enemy, he exerted all his time and strength to gathering and training armies. It took some 90 years before he felt ready to open war, and he misjudged this, as we see in the final defeat when the great host of Minas from Numenor landed in Middle-earth. It's a very interesting letter. Not letter, it's a text that Tolkien wrote. English is some kind of weird sometimes. At least to me, a Spanish speaker, yeah, I can relate. I'm a German speaker, not very talented with beautiful and elegant languages, so I like German as well. But the phonology of German is just much simpler as a result. Sometimes difficult to wrap your head around it. Anything about Durin's Bane is in the sound? It's an interesting question that you ask. There is a weird, I wouldn't call it a hit, but there is something. Tolkien calls it a summary of the Lord of the Rings. And the company is driven to attempt the passage of the ominous mines of Moria, and there Gandalf falls into an abyss in the act of saving them from a trap. I find this interesting if you would call it. Does it the attack of orcs was maybe the trap? Maybe the whole thing was a trap? It's difficult to talk. I find it interesting that Tolkien calls it a trap here. But I think, no, there's no direct implications otherwise of that. I also think the Durin's Bane just does his own thing, but the goals of Durin's Bane might align with the goals of Sauron in some way, or they have at least common enemies. Joseph Conrad. So Joe asks, let me just see this here. Do the letters refer to the author of Hearts of Darkness, Joseph Conrad? Haldir uses the phrase Heart of the Darkness atop of Kerin Amroth. In the letter, I don't find anything. Let us see if we find it in the more... Okay. Seems like my browser just crashed, which is not in your life. What's going on with my browser today? It's the second time this is kind of happening. I'm always a bit worried when something like this happens on stream because it can crash my OBS or something or hold. I hope that is not the case. Sauron's role in the First Age seriously needs expansion. Yeah, maybe. I think it doesn't help that the role of Sauron was taken up by different characters. Makes sense. Now I know maybe why, because of this gigantic file. Gigantic. No, I don't find any Conrad letters. And I'm just talking about, like, he was first the lord of the Prince of Cats. But the Prince of Cats is not Sauron, it's a different character. That was kind of removed by Thu, and Thu then slowly developed, like, the Necromancer. And the Necromancer then slowly developed into what Sauron later became. Have you played Return to Moria? I came out here, I played it a bit on stream, and I made a review here on this channel in case you're interested in this. Well, let's call it a first impressions video, because it's really just my first impressions. And my opinion of it is it's a solid game, it seems, which is already very good. After we got with Gollum, like, catastrophe, I would call it. Like, it's unfortunately, Gollum game is really rough. And yeah, Return to Moria is much more solid in that regard. Unfortunately, though, the problem a bit I had with Return to Moria is I kind of like playing the genre, but there are better options for it. Like, why should I play that game over, I don't know, Raft, Minecraft, I don't know, something like 7 Days to Die or whatever. So that's the one I haven't played yet. They're just much better survival crafting games out there. It's very linear. The performance is okayish. I would say it runs, I guess, on most things, but could run a bit better considering it's not visually that impressive, even though it has a nice art style. I would just mean it does not look like, I don't know, Cyberpunk or Alan Wake 2 or something like that. And for that, it could run better, I think. But it runs okay. And like I said, it's very linear. You can't dig everywhere, so you are kind of limited. It wants to tell a story, and you have to kind of like that. It has not like a sandbox approach like Minecraft or I don't know what. Minecraft, of course, also has kind of a little story. You can be much more free in that game, at least when I played it many, many years ago. And Minecraft is just, yeah, you have far more options in that game. You have more creativity there. Other games, you can't be that creative as in Minecraft, maybe, but therefore you have like other options when it comes to building stuff and so on. And everything here in Return to Moria feels a bit okay. But I've seen this already in other games and sometimes even done better. So yeah, that's kind of my opinion. We need Lord of the Rings when we play as an orc or Uruk as the main character. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea, actually. So there is the infamous, or the famous. Infamous is the wrong word. It's a famous game, Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games where you don't play as orcs, but you can recruit orcs, and basically they can then betray you and all kinds of stuff. It has a very interesting nemesis system, as they call this, and it's dynamic and can lead to a lot of funny interactions and this. So that was already cool. I always hoped they would do more with this inside the Lord of the Rings universe. They never did, unfortunately. What's a good single-player game for a Tolkien fan who has not played any of the Middle-earth games? So, I don't know. It depends on what genre you like, I guess. So, Shadow of Mordor, I think, is... Even though the lore is not that good, it's a good video game. At least when it released, it was good. And there's also cool references in it, to be fair. So, that kind of works. I don't know. It's a bit hard to get, but Battle for Middle-earth is pretty good. And War in the North. Also, you can get that one, but it's a bit older. It's also pretty nice. It's like a role-playing game. Battle for Middle-earth is a strategy game. Shadow of Mordor is Assassin's Creed with a bit of the Batman games in the Lord of the Rings universe. Like I said, it has some cool references, this cool nemesis system. There's Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. I wouldn't play back to back because then it's a bit overdose, I feel. Yeah, it's also more open world as these games. Open world, Skyrim inspired game work for Lord of the Rings. Yeah, for sure. But you need somebody who want to tackle this task. If you like MMORPGs, I think recently there was a new add-on for it, Lord of the Rings Online. But it is at single player, so that is falling flat. But I think you can kind of play it as a single player experience as well, but sometimes other players are around. I never got really into Lord of the Rings Online, and I'm not into MMOs at all. That work. If you want to get really creative, I'm not sure how well it works. There are for Mount and Blade. For the Mount and Blade games, there are mods that convert it into the Lord of the Rings universe, which can be fun, but are definitely not perfect. Is there another game I forgot that's very good? That's also easy to get. Not that many, interestingly. Like Lord of the Rings video games, there was a time after the movies came out where they were very popular. Then it slowly dwindled, and it feels like, even though they now want to bring out more new Lord of the Rings games, there was a long break. And the Gollum game didn't convince. Return to Moria is at least a decent entry. You can also play it alone with friends. So if you haven't played all the crafting survival games in the world yet, and you also check Return to Moria and play it alone. Though it is more fun with friends. We can play it cooperatively, which, if you have the option, you should prefer that. Maybe a campaign in the Dungeons and Dragons, like in D&D, using Lord of the Rings lore would be easier. Yeah, that would definitely be working. And now with Baldur's Gate 3, which most likely or could definitely become with the new Zelda game of the year. Very curious who will win this Games of the Year award. Though it's just an award by people, it's not nothing official, to be honest. But people often pretend it's like official. But I guess it's one of the biggest awards this year for video games, and I think Baldur's Gate 3 might get it. And Baldur's Gate 3 is based on Dungeons and Dragons, so imagine Baldur's Gate in the Rings universe. That would be cool. I have only played like 5 hours. I still have it on my pile of shame because it's too big. I have too many this year that I wanted to play as well, and they just came out back to back to back to back. I simply had not the time to play all of this. And since Baldur's Gate is such a time thing, I put it on hold for after just getting my first impression of the game. So I've played it a little bit, but not that far. But I liked it a lot, even this little stuff I've played. And I have played the previous games, like I played both Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. And I liked those, and it felt like it's just this in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, bigger and better. So that's kind of good news, I think. So I would definitely like it. But yeah, I think Baldur's Gate 3 might, like, it's very popular and very good, so that helps. I think though we will never see something like that, like a corporation. It would be cool, but LotR is currently not present enough to justify it, I think. Yeah, maybe in a mod it would work, but then and the problem with mods is often that you can easily fall back on quality. Like Baldur's Gate lives also much from its presentation, like all the animations and so on. It's very difficult to recreate or get into a mod. There's very few mods in the world that reach a certain amount of quality and polish. And often those mod creators, or rarely, they do Lord of the Rings mods. So to be fair, some good Lord of the Rings mods, but no, that's not true. Lord of the Rings people are actually very passionate if you think about divide and conquer and stuff like this. So there's stuff out there. It sounded kind of wrong. That's not what I mean, but like Baldur's Gate is like a big AAA. It's not even a AAA game. It's like they self-publish it, so technically it's an indie game, but of course it has the size of they have the size now of a AAA publisher, and have some investment people and so on that help them financing this project, plus the early access phase. So in this part, getting to this level and complexity and size of a game and the quality, like I said, it rarely is possible with mods, I think. I mean, maybe. You can definitely use the animation work, but you would need good actors, and I think when it comes to a lot of Ring stuff, voice actors, especially depending on when you make it play, it becomes difficult, plus licenses. Like you can't just make a Lord of the Rings mod and sell it or so. That's impossible. It could easily be that people would say, wait, we stop this if it gets too big, to protect trademarks and stuff. You have to consider that a lot of names that appear in the Lord of the Rings universe are also trademarked. So you get into a lot of trouble using this. Like, remember when I forgot what the channel was called. It's now called The Broken Sword. They were called once, like, also History of Middle-earth, something like this. Something of Middle-earth. Law of Middle-earth History, or something like this. And they were contacted and, hey, you should change your name because Middle-earth is a trademarked name. You can't just call yourself Middle-earth something. And I think if the mod would have the quality, it would get popular. If it would get popular, issues like these would arise. For sure. Like if you make Baldur's Gate, which has no Lord of the Rings license, and you have a mod for it, blows up, for example, and becomes the next Lord of the Rings thing in the video game universe, I think that it would get trademark troubles and stuff, and copyright troubles quite a lot. So that makes, like, there are a lot of licensing for Lord of the Rings, I think, is especially difficult because you only have access to certain books and so on. It's just difficult. It's a bit unfortunate. I think that's also a reason why we get rarely stuff. Like, you get a good film adaptation 20 years ago, over 20 years, I'd say, and that's basically it. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Okay, chat. We have looked in a few letters and talked a lot about law. Is there any further questions you have regarding the letters or so? Specific letter you point out and say that I know that's an interesting one, even though I know that most people in Europe already are asleep, and I think the book is not out in the United States yet. I could actually look this up really quick. Let me just see. Hardcover version. 14th of November it comes in the United States. So for a lot of US people, it's not out even out yet. For Europe, it came at the 9th of November. I think it was a date. Was it the 9th? Yeah, I think the 9th. It's super late here. I need to nap. Lol. Yeah, I wish you a good one then. Mexico, so in my case, no. Yeah. Vampire's Law. A good old Vampire the Masquerade. But there is a new Bloodlines in development. Maybe in development hell. How many more unpublished letters are there? Well, there is a document you can find online. It's called like the almost unpublished letters of Tolkien. There are 60 more letters. Only of these 60, I think 2 or 3 are in the new book. So there's that. And if you look into this particular list here, you see all the letters that are known that Tolkien wrote. Written by Tolkien are 1,216 letters. In the new book, we have, I have to count now in my head. Not very good at that. What's the last letter number? Actually, it's a good question. If the new letters at the end. Okay, I have to do this the other way. So 354 letter plus 150. So in the new book, we have round about 500 letters, I would assume. We have round about 60 more. So we have 560 letters that we can actually read. So round about twice as much as we currently have. Coming the book of misled scribblings found under the dusty rug in Tolkien's attic. Yeah. That for sure. Now that we are talking so much about stuff, oh god, almost killed my thing here. And so my physical copy came yesterday on Saturday, so I have that as well. The old book, did they add letters? The thing is no. So the old book also had 354 letters. The last one is to Priscilla Tolkien from 1973, very shortly before Tolkien's death. Yeah, 4 days before he died. So there are no new letters past that. It was also in the old publication. Double checked. So yeah, it seems we have still quite a few letters left. Round about 650 something, maybe a bit less. I'm not good at math here, even though I don't know the exact number. They only said there are 150 new letters in the new publication. And of course, to be fair, not all of his letters are interesting. I went to do work for like 3 hours and you are still going. I should have guessed. Well, I at least go for 3 hours. So that's, I think, and only in rare cases when I don't have time, I would go with less. So of course I'm still there. But I love that you are back. So we're slowly reaching the end. If you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to add them though. Yeah, for sure. Maybe there's some secrets. The problem is, of course, a lot of letters are just private in nature. So I don't want to, I don't know. It's Tolkien's private stuff, basically. I won't want to go into Tolkien's private stuff, I think. It's, of course, he's long dead. He's one of the most famous writers of the 20th century. And as a result, there is a historic interest for him, of course. But sometimes there may be some letters that I don't need to know about, even though it's historically interesting. But like I said, I'm not too deep into Tolkien's biography. This only comes in the director's cut, yeah. But yeah, it was a very focused stream today on a few things. I'm not sure, Chad. What do you think? Was the section about the letter 131 interesting? Or was it only interesting for me? That's kind of the thing. It's definitely the expansion of this letter is definitely something I enjoyed. I found it very interesting to read what Tolkien's thought on some topics of his book, of his Lord of the Rings were. I have to wait for chat here. But yeah, I also hope the Twitch stream is still running, though I see the chat for Twitch as well. it's not much going on there. But it's always kind of difficult to tell how interesting this is. We had some interesting lore questions today. We learned something new today. That's, I think, the most important part. So we learned... Very interesting. Awesome. We learned about Babbitt maybe being the inspiration for Hobbit. That is kind of cool. And that Tolkien read the books of that author, of Sinclair Lewis. That I didn't know. We learned... or relearned about the pickle and the tomato. That's also pretty cool. I found it very interesting that in my, it's sometimes very cool if you look into these differences, things between the Hobbit of the current version of the Hobbit and the first edition of the Hobbit. That is, it really enjoys being different in many ways. And in that regard, sometimes I get weird messages by YouTube. YouTube says the audio stream's current bitrate, in brackets 0, is lower than the recommendation bitrate. What? My bitrate is not at 0. That makes no sense, YouTube. Shut up about it. But yeah, it's interesting to see that the difference is simply that. Unfortunately, there are many differences in the different versions. But I found another difference in the first edition that is not in the other Hobbit, and I forgot to write it down. Are there things in the stories that you would consider Easter eggs? I'm thinking of the pickle sting historical connection as a possible Easter egg. I talked about this in one of my videos, where the film book differences series, and there I talked about in the book Bill Fernie calls Aragorn he calls him Longshanks, and in the film Sam calls him Longshanks. And interesting, Longshanks was the name of an English king, or the what you call this the in German would say Kosename, something like that. And yeah, that was let me just think if I get this right. It was not Edward the Confessor. Nickname, yeah. It was Henry II, maybe? Which Henry was it? King England Longshanks. No, it was Edward I. Ha! Edward I, Edward Longshanks, the Hammer of the Scots. He had this name. And interestingly, he was like... He was... Let me just read this from Wikipedia. Edward was born at the Palace of Westminster on the night of the 17th to 18th of June, 1239, to King Henry III. That's how I confused with Henry. And Eleanor of a province. Edward, an Anglo-Saxon name, was not commonly given among aristocracy of England after the Norman conquest. But Henry was devoted, that's the father, to the veneration of Edward the Confessor, and decided to name his firstborn son after the saint. And I think the story of Edward the Confessor is somewhat similar to Aragorn. And also at the time of Edward the Confessor, there was the healing hands thing. Not at this time, but it was something that he did. And Aragorn's healing hands is also a sign that he's a king and so on. Like we have the yeah, that's a king from Braveheart, exactly. And the in Lord of the Rings we can also read the hands of the king are a healer. Also Henrik Moore. It's interesting, Chris. We enjoy your company, or rather accompanying you on your research quest. I always find it relaxing and fulfilling. The problem is always I don't know it out of my head, or sometimes if I know it, it's always, I think, a good idea to read this stuff. But sometimes you have to search a moment or two for it and try to piece parts together. I enjoy this as well. But yeah, that's kind of connected. And that also, like in the old kings, because they were basically placed as king by God, maybe, if I understand the concept correctly. That was also a thing that the old kings also did, that the people believed that if the king would touch you, he could heal you. And very early on, there were, I'm sure it was certain days or so, where the kings went around and tried to heal people or something like that. And Aragorn does it similar in the halls of healing in the books as well. So there's also, I see this also as a kind of a historic Easter egg, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. But it's one I found very interesting. It could be an accident, kind of, but of course Tolkien for sure knew about Edward and English kings much more than I do, because I'm not too deep into English history, to be honest, but he for sure was, and so on. As a result, it's kind of possible that there's some thought of Tolkien behind it. Tolkien also wrote in the letter 131. Let me see if I find it really quick, chat. To Milton Waldman again. I'm not sure where it was. Yeah, here it is. It is not possible, even at great lengths, to pot the Lord of the Rings in a paragraph or two. This is the shortest I can manage, and it's very long already. It was begun 1936, and every part has been written many times. Hardly a word in its 600,000 or more has been unconsidered. And the placing, size, style, and contribution of the whole of all the features, incidents, and chapters has been laboriously pondered. So Tolkien worked a long time on this, and he expresses this here. I do not say this in recommendation. It is feel only too likely that I am deluded, lost in a web of vain imagines of not much value to others, in spite of the fact that a few readers have found it good on the whole. What I intend to say is this: I cannot substantially alter the thing. I have finished it. It is off my mind. The labor has been colossal, and it must stand or fall, practically as it is. That's a pretty cool section as well in the expanded letter. That's a good question. Have I found German linguistic inspiration in Lord of the Rings? That's a good question. I think in a way you can find quite a lot, because English is also a Germanic languages and closely related to German, even though they develop completely differently and have different influences for sure. But in this regard, Tolkien sometimes also mentions some German details in etymology or so. I found maybe we can look into one of the unpublished letters. Because there was actually one letter I find very cute, to be honest, in the list. It has to do with Germany. I forgot the name. Ah, yeah. Classic name. It's a letter to a person called to a German school teacher, and she wrote a letter on behalf of her pupils to Tolkien. And her name, it's a fun from my perspective. It's not a funny name. It's an old name that is you read. Only old people these days would have this name, Ingeborg Korff. And she wrote a letter. We don't have the letter she wrote, but we have Tolkien's answer. At the 31st December 1964, so it's a long time ago. Dear children, so he addresses the children in the class. Thank you very much indeed for writing me to say that you have enjoyed reading my books. It is always pleasant for an author to learn that his work has given pleasure. I was particularly interested to know that you have not only read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings in your own language, but that they are helping you to learn English as well. As Miss Korff tells me that you have painted watercolors of many scenes from these stories. I hope that the books will continue to give you pleasure. And I wish you all much success in your studies. Yours sincerely, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. It must be the best teacher ever. Like, she reads Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit in school. I find this pretty cool, to be honest. Lead it Germanic to not make it too interesting for you. There are a lot of, I think, linguistic details, kind of. But this I found very cute. This is not in the new book, by the way. This is one of the almost unpublished letters. And these almost unpublished letters, it's a lot of letters and so on. Some very interesting and touching stories. What's a favorite book word in the books? Mine is Flaming. That's a really good question. There are tough questions. Favorite book. Also, I still have to answer the linguistic question. Okay, I because it's related to the letters, I have a good one. I didn't know this as well, even though it is stated in the Tolkien's Reader Companion, I think. But it's also in a letter. I mentioned it in the video, so if you have seen this... It's a letter to Roger Shaw from 1966. Roger Shaw has suggested that the landscape of The Lord of the Rings was inspired by the landscape of Iceland. Tolkien answers, I have never been to Iceland. Something has always interfered with my plans to go there. So my acquaintance with its landscape is derived entirely from photographs. So Tolkien confirms that he definitely knows how Iceland looks, and maybe it has even inspired him. So, but he wasn't there, and he always wanted to go there. One point of influence, at any rate, is certain, namely the Midgewater Marshes, the name of which is, of course, merely a translation of Mývatn. I'm not sure how it's exactly pronounced. I think it's the Y is here pronounced as an E. I'm not sure how the TN is pronounced. I had, like, on Wikipedia, there's somebody saying it, and the TN is almost silent. It pronounced more like Miva, something like this. It should be Mývatn. I'm not sure if something was cut off or so. I'm not, whatever. But that is actually an area in Iceland, and like in German we have the word, for example, Watt for that in the sea areas of Germany, and like it's covered in water usually, and if the water goes away, then you can walk in it. And make funny jokes with words and whatever. It's yeah. It's this. I assume these words might be related. And the etymology on the word, if we look into, let me see, Mývatn, Icelandic. So yeah, the Mi is a midge, a black fly, a midget, a gnat, and Vatn is water, lake. So yeah, he translated the midge waters, lake. So it's kind of interesting to see. Oh, Vatn is actually related with water. That is interesting. Is the German Watt also related to this? I don't think so, but it was my first impression I had. No, it's a different origin. What? Shallow water. Maybe it is related, because it also means something like shallow water and other means water. I don't know. It's though interesting. That's interesting, yeah. That I also noticed. I never noticed this. I said it's also in the companion and in this unpublished letter. Tolkien mentions many etymologies here in this, several of this. I forgot the other one though. Yeah, there is also a letter to Gene Wolfe, and there Tolkien explains, Gene Wolfe is an American author of science fiction and fantasy books. He's already dead, 2019 I think he died. Then at the very beginning of his career, it was 1966, was interested in the usage of a variant from his own name in Tolkien's writings. Dear Mr. Wolfe, thank you very much for your letter. The etymology of the word and names in my story has two sides: the etymology within the story and the sources from which I, as an author, derive them. I expect you mean the latter. Orc is derived from from Anglo-Saxon, a word meaning demon, usually supposed to be derived from the Latin orcus, hell. But I doubt this. But I doubt this, though the matter is too involved to set out here. Walk is simple. It is an old word for wolf, which also had a sense of an outlaw or hunted criminal. This is its unusual sense in surviving texts. Old English werk. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Werk. Something like this. I'm not sure how the G at the end is pronounced. G in Old English is always difficult to figure out for me. I think it should be something like werk. Werk. That's where war comes from. A criminal. This is its unusual sense in surviving text. I adopted the word which had a good sound for the meaning as a name and for this particular brand of demonic wolf in the story. We have a lot of midges in Sweden, and they like lakes. Yeah, I can imagine. Near Bären's house. Yeah. Lowered. Interesting. Yeah, Tolkien had a really rich vocabulary. That makes it sometimes difficult to read him as a not native speaker. I remember reading it first, I had to look up a lot of words. But I also learned a lot of words this way. Oh, wolf is varg in Swedish. Okay, I have to look the Swedish pronunciation up. The G in Old English can also be a Y sound, like in U. For example, in Old English, the word for day is also day. It's written like this, so. I assume it's very similar in Dutch. In Dutch, it's dark. Old Dutch is dark. In German, it's Tag. English, day. It's all related. In Old Norse, it's I'm not sure how the G is pronounced. Dagr. No idea how it's pronounced though. The G is always weird. Yeah, it's Dagr. So it makes sense that the G can also be a Y sound in certain variations. Vari. Wait, maybe we can consult Google Translate. It's not the best, but maybe for a single word we could get good result with it. English, Swedish. Wolf. It's also written with a G. You spell it with a G, right? Yeah. Vari. Is it really wait, maybe I should consult this lexicon here. That's probably better. Swedish. Vari. Something like this. I think the J is very difficult to pronounce, I think, at the end if you're not used to it like me. But it's very interesting that it's in Swedish like this. So yeah, Tolkien's etymology stuff checks out, I think. Did you know that 11T was a real English word? No, it means 110. That's funny. You said it right. Awesome. Had a good sound for meaning a particular demonic wolf. Yeah, but so it's also very interesting. Like, I hope that some of these letters will also be published in the new book, but unfortunately they're not in it. There's a very cool letter to a person that to Patrick Hunt. John Patrick Hunt, who had written to Tolkien, was at that time in prison. Tolkien sent him an encouraging letter together with his original signed photograph, probably taken 1972. He wrote it in 1973, so it's also January, so kind of half a year something before his death. So at the very end of Tolkien's life. Dear Mr. Hunt, thank you very much for your kind letter. It is most encouraging to an author to learn that his book have given pleasure and encouragement. I have had very dark days on my own in my time, and I do hope that yours will soon now be over. With very best wishes, yours sincerely, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. And he sent him the photograph, which is pinned on the bottom in this document here. Can't show it you on screen, but it's also very cool. Turns out Tolkien was a very nice man. Isn't that awesome? I think it is. So yeah. I think that was pretty nice. Tolkien, he has written 1,200 letters. That's very impressive, I think. And yeah, sometimes to fans and stuff, and very long letters as well. Sometimes also, I guess, depending on his time and schedule. From the new letters that we get, you often also get an idea that Tolkien was a really busy man often. Had a lot to do. Needed a lot of energy for stuff. And still he took the time to answer a lot of letters and so on. That's why we know so much often about him and his stuff. Pretty awesome. And the cool thing is it was all archived and we have access to it today. Not all, but a lot. And also in the video, in my first impressions video, I briefly discussed his letters to Donald Swann, who made this Road Goes Ever On song poem book that also has some law notes in it. And it seems there were some complications and so on. But it's a contact he had with him in the 60s a few times. I think 66, 67 goes, the topic is this particular book, right? 69 was 67 in the list. Here it is. Because the book was at least 67. Unfortunately, those letters are not published. For example, there was one letter to Donald Swann that Tolkien said that using Tengwa to kind of decorate the pages and stuff, Tolkien was not a fan of that. And stuff like that. It's very interesting sometimes to see. I also wonder why sometimes here, at least on my control screen, the thing is flickering. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, chat. If there are no new questions in chat, and if you people still listening and find this even remotely or distantly or whatever interesting, I hope I could get a like. No, but yeah, it's time to, I think, slowly get to the end. It's late here already in Germany, very late, and I'm hungry. Now, thinking about it, what would I eat? But it's a different topic. I need to figure out after the stream. But yeah, originally I planned to maybe end a bit early and play a little bit of Return to Moria or something like that. But currently, it's too late, simply. It's the simple answer. If I now start playing the game, I will sit here in 4 hours. So that is very likely. Okay, there's a question on the Twitch chat. I wonder what Tolkien liked to eat. Did he make a cookbook? Not that I know of, but I can. I'm not sure if you were here already. When I read it, but there is a. There was a letter I read where Tolkien basically says I'm waistcoats is in it, which I'm too stupid to write. But Tolkien says, I am in... It's letter 213. It's not a new letter. It was published before. And Tolkien compares himself to a hobbit and basically says, I'm in fact a hobbit in all but size. I like gardens, trees, unmatched, and so on. Here, but in this section, he also mentions, I read this already, also mentioned that he likes food. I smoke a pipe and like good plain food, unrefrigerated, but detest French cooking. So he doesn't like the French kitchen, it seems. He likes mushrooms. So I assume he likes dishes to eat dishes with mushrooms. He says out of a field. And so on. So we have these details. And all these traits you also find within the hobbits. So that is kind of interesting, I always think, to read this particular letter. It's from October 1958 to Deborah Webster. I think she asked him a little bit about facts about his life. In this letter, he also compares Galadriel. Yeah, a lot about a Christian attitude and faith and so on. But yeah, it's an interesting letter, to be honest. He didn't mention beer, so not a full hobbit. That is true. From the letter to Michael Tolkien, let me see. Such matters do not usually arise until at least a formal engagement. Then each side has to. It has a glass of beer. Tolkien mentioned in one letter, yeah. Then they may arise frequently. The glass of beer, the pipe, the non-writing of letters, and so on. To Christopher Tolkien, but Ridley is a marvelous chairman of examiners. He provided a lot of whiskey, a launch of stewed venison and apple dumplings with a pint of beer and 2 glasses of port, which made getting out the list seem light work. That was Tuesday morning. I was left of the morning in the town doing odd jobs. Among them was getting my head harvest reaped. The crops still fertile soil, evidently. The tire was locked. The hotel. I've not tasted beer since Thursday, last when our barrel ran dry. Has not yet been replaced. I have to lecture tomorrow, so now I must stop for the moment. Oh man. So it seems like Tolkien drank beer, yes. So I hope this kind of helps a little bit, but not too deep into Tolkien's eating habits. But he was very British. Or English, maybe even. That can be said of Tolkien. He didn't mention beer, did he? He did, it seems. So not for... He did not mention it here. But it seems like, yeah, tea sausages, carrots, mushrooms, red meat to the bone, salted pork, potatoes, rabbits, red crumpets, pork pies, honey cakes, ram. Yeah, all the good stuff. Yeah, Tolkien was definitely a Hobbit. I remember describing him as music taste too. Yeah, that's definitely, I think that's also somewhere in the letters, right? Tolkien says, I love music but have no aptitude for it, and the efforts spent on trying to teach me the fiddle in use have left me only with a feeling of awe in the presence of fiddlers. Slavonic languages are, for the most part, in the same category. I remember this thing. I remember. Tolkien writes. His writes about his ancestors, Nord, German, whatever. some remote ancestors may have been. They migrated to England more than 200 years ago and became quickly intensely English, not British, though remaining musical. A talent that unfortunately did not descend to me. So yeah, very interesting. I hope this kind of answers all your questions, chat and people, because yeah, that is all I can do for today. I would say, though, I have, of course, the unfortunate pleasure I need to render the credits. Thank you, Chris. No problem. So your also support's always much appreciated. How do we do this, chat? That's my biggest question now. Mr. Adobe, could you not ask me? Oh, Adobe is a good question. Is a good, what do you call it? Stichwort. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, also. Marty, no problem. Like I said, I have to get credits done. That's always the unpleasant part, because I have to do this. Usually a smart person would prepare those. Not me, though, because I'm an idiot. Okay, that is almost correct. Let me see. There are some classics that are supporting me for such a long time. Okay, I have to check this. Can only take hours, chat. So let me just see if I missed something in chat. Let me just put chat. No, I can't do this. Have a nice night. Yeah. It's time to drink off the stirrup cup and right away. Yeah, it slowly is. Let me just try finishing this list here. That is very important. Is I have, yeah, I have to, of course, also consider Twitch people, which is always difficult. Not difficult, but just a little extra step here in preparing this. And in my madness, I of course forgot to prepare this. So it takes always a moment or two to make this. I'm also slow, but it's difficult to do this and talking at the same time. So maybe I should talk about what could come up next. So, like I said, I need to bring out the next episode with Elrond, but it still needs quite a bit of work. I have still some ideas for the games channel. I want to do like a little, maybe 2 Cyberpunk videos more on the games channel, because it's a game that has definitely piqued my interest quite a lot. Not only recently, but in general. Because, yeah, I don't know, it's definitely an interesting game with an interesting history. And as a result, I would like to discuss the recently released add-on a little bit more. But that's difficult. I also have like a more practical thing, like a lot of people complain about how the card tuning in the game works and so on. Okay, Kill Switch is in the list. That is important, of course. Also a long-time supporter here. Ipsuda as well, Birchman I have. Okay, now comes the very long list. Problem is always that I have 2 tiers. For stream tiers, the list is longer. Therefore, the second tier, I also include the people in streams. For videos, only in the third tier. It makes it always a bit difficult. That is right. Okay, slowly get here. Formattation at the end of the video is potentially broken, but that doesn't matter too much. So we have also Paul Freeborn, long-time supporter here of this channel. Always much appreciated. Priscilla was already here in chat today. Maybe somebody will be in the list twice, but that is just an accident. Also, I'm wondering... No, that isn't... I think that should be complete, kind of. I have forgotten for sure somebody. I'm sorry for that. Shoutouts to you as well. It's just doing this live is a very bad idea, to be honest. But yeah, so far it looks like everything is all right. Okay, chat. We are slowly coming to the point where we do stuff. So yeah, lore content. Like if you have followed my gaming content stuff recently or whatever, then you might have noticed. That explains a lot. I'm an idiot, but whatever. Idiots also need a place in the world. That is. Let me just. Okay, I won't render it in 4K resolution. That would be madness. We do it in 1080p. 13th November 2023 from my perspective. And now we export it. Hope my computer doesn't doing so, because I'm streaming to 2 channels at the same time, rendering a video and doing other stuff. Well, I don't have a game on, so it should be okay, I guess. But yeah, if you have seen my gaming content, there's usually the detail that I freestyle it a lot. Also, my review was mostly freestyled, though I record it in sections. This allows me often to record video stuff much faster. I'm always thinking about like a format that might help the main channel out a bit, where I talk about a question or stuff and I just freestyle the answer, because doing this a lot, I got better at it. Not that I'm really good, but with the power of editing and so, this might help me a bit pumping out content faster. Because I feel like I neglect the main channel a little bit too much right now. I'm really sorry for all the people supporting me and expecting cool stuff on the channel, and then nothing happens for like 2 months or so. But yeah, I was just currently very busy with the games channel, which is doing actually pretty well, to be honest. Only the subscriber count is what needs to go up to 1,000 subscribers. So if you're into games, I would appreciate any person who helps me out there, because then I can show ads on the games as well, and can generate a decent income out of this as well. It's like more an economic thing, of course, but it is nice to make what you like and earn a few bucks with it, so that's definitely helpful. All the other requirements I have fulfilled. It's just missing 1,000 subscribers, which is a bit unfortunate, but what can you do, right? However, to produce a content there, scripted content takes a long time to make when it's long. Like if you script a 30-minute video, it just takes forever. If you script a 1-hour video, it's eternity, and 3 hours is eternity in multiple universes at the same time. So that takes, just writing takes a lot of energy. The advantage is, of course, the quality is higher. So if I would freestyle videos with maybe a bit less research on topics I'm mostly familiar with, the quality will definitely not as high as with the scripted videos, but it will be a little bit more frequent. I definitely thinking currently quite a bit about this approach to videos. The editing is not the biggest deal, I think, especially if I do these more relaxed videos and not the edit heavy with Elrond video, which tons of text that has to be written as well that you see on screen, with, I don't know, this little dotted line showing where somebody is going. It looks little, but animation work in videos always takes a lot of time, even though I got relatively fast with my stuff. I still have the problem that it just eats a lot of time. I hope the stream is still running, because my encoding process is sitting at 52%. It's not moving forward, which is kind of worrying me right now. Like, I try to bridge over the time here, and my editing program just leaves me here hanging. The program is not crashed. So I don't know. So I have just to keep talking, hope it works. Otherwise, I stop it and live render it. That's potentially the best way to do it otherwise. But yeah, that's kind of the problem. With games videos, though, I have more to edit because I have game footage recorded that needs to be and so on. With Tolkien stuff, I usually show just some artworks. That's usually not that editing intensive. So editing's usually, with exception when I have to put in a lot of text there which needs to be written, it's usually relatively fast. And so I could also try to maybe use the knowledge I've gathered to this point and do something with it. And maybe bring out a few more videos again. We still have some unclosed projects as well, which needs closure. Okay, this is now Gary. Why does the program stop? I don't get it, chat. It seems like now the program crashed. That's awesome. Oh god. Okay, the program crashed. Isn't that awesome, chat? I love it when stuff is crashing. It's my favorite state of affairs. stuff crashing while I need the result. I would love you to reopen it. Let's hope everybody's in the now. Okay, chat. We do the classic one where I put the screen here on the left and pull this screen here on the main. And hope I can do this live. Maybe I do it with half resolution. That should work. Okay, that works. Now we need this here. And I need to capture this. Unfortunately, my computer is a little bit bumpy today. Not running as smooth as I would hoped it would run. Okay, so credits. It might stutter a bit or something, but should be okay. So this is now live rendered. That at least works. Not sure why making a video file out of this. So yeah, shoutouts to all the supporters and the artists that you currently see on screen. Much appreciated that they allowed me to use the artworks, and also the supporters investing in this little channel here, helping me out. Much appreciated, but also appreciate every like and comment and subscribe and wishes, recommendations among your friends or so. Really nice, and it's very nice to always see and find people here that are new and think, oh, this guy recommended me, like your content. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Probably not the last. I am very bad with promises and scheduling. So on paper, I should do another stream this month, but who knows if I will be doing this. I plan to, but I also failed in the past doing that. So there's that. And I just hope it becomes more frequently again on this channel. So yeah, for me, the stream and the sound was a little choppy tonight. That's unfortunate. Not too bad, but had to reload the page a few times. Yeah, YouTube also giving me some errors. So something is wrong today. I don't 100% sure what it is. So I hope the stuff kind of works next time a bit better. You need a bigger computer. I already have a pretty big computer. It's just working as I hope today. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, you could always get a bigger computer, but in the consumer department, I already have one of the most powerful CPUs that is available. So there's that. But I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or a good night when you go to bed now or something like me. And I would say, thank you for watching, and see you people next time. Goodbye.